life. So she.
Hello, hello, welcome. Got my buddy Mo here. We're just chatting a little bit. Gonna play a little Oxygen Not Included and probably talk some fucking news because there's so much going on. Um, but yeah. So Mo, what were we talking about?
Yeah,
Talking
we were
about
talking
life.
about how Discord is very unhealthy.
Yeah. So I've taken a break, like not from the other chats really, and not from DMs, but from from the politics general chat. I was having a chat with Victoria too, and we were just talking about how like nobody really does any good research in there, and a lot of the shit that they post is kind of fucking garbage. And I was just, I don't know, I was just fucking tired of it, and so I took a break.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Taking a break from negative people, and I kind of like said something very mean. I said like all the negative people can burn in hell, in my opinion.
I mean, that's very strong. That's not usually how I would say it, but yes, I get where you're going with that.
Yeah,
For
but
sure.
like yeah, for like no, I just don't see Discord has any value for me. Like
Mm.
real life for me, when I talk to people, it is so much better.
Yeah,
Like
man.
talking to
For
like
sure.
it's like you're talking to a real person. There is like conversation. You're having a conversation, you're speaking to them. It's not like someone behind the screen where you don't feel it's a conversation. Like,
Absolutely.
bro, bro, here, take me for granted, and I'm not gonna like break any rules in the stream, by the way, because you know how toxic I can get. But I'm just gonna act like my real
Yeah,
life
but
me.
you're also like growing and changing, and like I've noticed that. You still say some shit from time to time, but like you're growing, you know?
Yeah. So to continue, like, oh, hold on. For the sake of the stream, I'm only clearing that like when you grow up, like you will change. You won't have this energy anymore because you know it's online. And like when you were feeling edgy, when you were a kid, you were edgy as fuck, saying
Mm.
like racial slurs, everything. I mean, when you grow
I
up, you
mean, speak for
realize it's
yourself. I
not
didn't
that.
say racial slurs when I was a kid, but okay.
Yeah, no, but like that's no, but like that's just for the edgy people. That's just for the edgy kids online, early 20s and below. Because
Right,
I'm almost
right, right,
24.
right, right. Yeah, your
And
generation was a lot edgier probably than my generation when we were growing up.
yeah. So like when you say them, and like bro, the only thing that is the only purpose online is for like for kids in my generation as a Gen Z. It's all about trolling. That's all they care about. It's just trolling, putting themselves into negative environment. It's not even fun anymore. Like
Yeah. Yeah,
bro,
I know. It's
it's
not
not even.
fun. It's like, what are you even doing, dude? Like, how are you being productive? Where are you like doing something with your life, rather than sitting online and like just fucking trolling people? What are you giving to society? What are you contributing when you live life that way?
Nothing.
Nothing, nothing. And like, if that's what you want to do and like you're okay with that, I guess that's fine. But like, find a way to do it that at least is neutral, because I feel like a lot of times like people they go on their trolling and all they're putting into the world is something negative, and that just makes me sad.
Mm.
You know, why do you want to? Why would you want to be that? Why would you want to be somebody who just puts out negativity to everybody? You know?
Because these people don't go out and communicate with real life people, because they're like, people behind the screen. They be like, "Hey, there's no consequences. I can do what the fuck I want behind
Yeah,
the screen."
yeah, that's true. The screen definitely.
Ruins people. Because like
Yeah.
as like for me as like for trolling too much, bro, and all, I'm gonna be honest, it literally fucked up my brain. Like I literally
You
stopped
think?
trolling. Like it done me a lot of harmful shit.
Yeah.
And like, my brain is just
And like you don't
right
need
now
it.
I'm still.
Like there's nothing like about it that you like need. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like it's just not necessary for you to enjoy life. In fact, it kind of I don't know. I feel like it makes you feel shitty.
It does make you feel shitty.
Yeah. I'm like, why do we want to feel shitty? We don't want to feel shitty. I don't want to feel shitty. I don't like feeling shitty. I don't want to make other people feel shitty. Huh. Anyway, you saw we almost lost the ceasefire, but they managed to hold it together.
Yeah.
So that was good. I still don't know what the fuck is going to happen. Obviously, the stuff Trump is saying about Gaza is fucking crazy.
Yeah,
Um,
this displacing people, no, that's just fucked up.
yeah, I really don't like that. I really don't like that at all. Um, oh, God. I really don't know. Everything's so up in the air right now. I don't know what he's going to do. He's kind of he's just fucking nuts, you know? He's just fucking crazy. What is like how are people feeling about it over in Jordan about Trump and everything going on here?
Everyone fucking hates him, especially fucking Elon Musk.
Oh my god, yeah, dude. Like I might I'm probably more upset with Elon Musk than even fucking Trump. The dude
Mm.
is unhinged.
The dude's not just unhinged, bro. He is diagnosed with Down syndrome.
Autism.
Yeah.
Autism. Yeah. But like you can be autistic and not be a piece of shit.
Mm.
I know people with autism who are fine regular ass people who just have like some weird some weird shit to them. I mean, for God's sakes, I have ADHD, and ADHD overlaps a lot in a lot of its symptoms with autism.
Yeah.
What?
What are you eating?
What the fuck was that?
That was just me etching because I like, bro, like, no. I
What are you
mentioned my feet.
doing?
Sorry.
Okay. No, I'm drinking a zero sugar monster.
Mm.
Yeah, getting ready for we got a 4-hour stream, so I like to keep the energy up if I can. Oh man. Yep.
Yeah, but like for me, I think, like, I don't know, like the whole situation is just pretty messed up. There's no way of solving it until there's a ceasefire. But
Like
like everyone was so happy.
a permanent situation, like a
A
long-term
permanent,
permanent situation.
yeah.
Yeah. And obviously from my perspective, I think needs to be a permanent two-state solution. I feel like the Palestinian Authority should be the ones in charge of both Gaza and the West Bank. And
The Hamas.
no, it just can't be Hamas. Israel's never going to be okay with that.
Mm.
And as much as we don't like it, in order for there to be like a peaceful, stable, long-term solution, Israel has to kind of be on board, you know.
Yep.
That's just the reality of the situation. The reality of the situation. And then, of course, there's also all the shit going on in Ukraine, which is fucking crazy. I don't know if you're following any of that very closely.
Oh, have you seen what Trump's doing, bro? He wants to
Yeah.
re-elect another president.
Yeah, I know, which is crazy.
Hmm.
What to what?
He's just doing what Putin wants, basically. It's fucking nuts.
What to what? What did he say?
Trump wants to, as part of the deal for peace with Ukraine, he wants to like force
Oh
new
yeah.
elections. Yeah, which is crazy because like first of all, they're in war. Their law calls for the ability for like martial law and suspension of elections during war. That's Ukrainian
Right.
law. And then also like a whole bunch of the country is fucking destroyed. Where are they even going to go vote? And then third, like who's to say Russia's not going to come in and influence them into like installing like a puppet regime? Absolutely not. The only way we'd be okay with elections going over there is if there's like watchdogs, not from Russia, but like from other countries or the UN or something.
Not even. He shouldn't be forced to resign. He didn't do
No,
anything
I
wrong.
agree he shouldn't.
Right. He shouldn't be forced to resign because he didn't do anything wrong. Because what Trump is saying is that it's his fault that they're
Yeah,
at war.
that's
He's
crazy.
blaming. Right.
That's really
Right.
crazy. Because like he didn't invade Russia. Russia invaded Ukraine. It's wild. It's fucking
I'm
wild.
I
sure.
gotta get going.
I'm sure. Right now, Russia's having a field day. Posting
They
all these
are. In fact, in their news, they're having a field
things
day.
like saying, "Oh, Donald Trump said Ukraine started the war." You know what I mean? Like, and
Yeah,
then
in their news, they're like, let me see if I can find an article here. Hang on.
I don't even you know what I'm saying. You know how I always tell you I see the writing on the. Your friend left. Why did he leave?
He does that. He just jumps in and out.
Oh, well, he doesn't. You don't have to leave if you're still
That's
watching.
that's that's literally just how he does things. He'll just jump in and out with no warning. I'm used to it. I don't even
Well,
notice it with
like
him.
I don't want to feel intimidated or I want to scare people away.
No, it's legitimately he'll just jump in and out. Um, God damn.
Yeah, but
Yeah, he
I
called
without you know how I tell
Zelensky
you
a
I see the writing on the
dictator.
wall. I can
He
only
called
imagine that
fucking Zelensky a dictator. That's insane, dude. That's insane.
before all of this, before when the war first started, he was saying that the reason why they were invading Ukraine was because there were Nazis there or some shit. You remember that? It's old news.
Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. Dude, you want to know? You want to know? This just popped into my head. One of the
That
funniest things I've observed. Do you remember when, like, the far leftists, a few, you know, before the election happened, while Biden was president, they were all like, they need to end the war. The war needs to be over. They need to end the war. This is fucked up. Biden is helping them do the war, and it's fucked up. And now, suddenly, now that Trump is, like, doing this, they're all suddenly on Ukraine's side again.
because I mean, come on, like you know, even the people who are MAGA has to know
No, I'm talking about the
that
far lefties,
like
like the Hassan
I,
types.
I know what you're saying, but I'm just including that group too.
Mm-hmm.
That usually very much on the side of Trump.
Mm-hmm.
But even those people cannot really say Ukraine invaded Russia or that Ukraine.
Uh, yeah. I mean,
There's no way.
that would be fucking crazy.
I mean, we all, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
and it's insane because to degree. Remember we were talking about earlier today. It's like how people don't look shit up and how people, but at the same time, you know, you're seeing it. You're not gonna believe your lying eyes. Your eyes are lying to you now too. You know what I mean? Like you're seeing it happen. So
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, this is crazy. The Ukraine stuff is fucking crazy. And now, like, our European allies are all questioning, like, if we're reliable or a possible
and
ally. Wait, what is this?
let's add an extra layer of crazy. Okay, the offer Trump put on the table was that they had to give up their resources for nothing.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was the proposal Trump
Yep.
gave them. Oh yeah, give up your resources
Yeah.
for nothing. 'Cause
It's
we're gonna help
entirely
you.
insane.
We're not gonna give you more, more security for the resources. We're not gonna give you more assistance for the. No, we're not gonna give you anything. Just
Well,
give up your resources.
he's completely enamored with Putin.
It's like that's an extra layer of cuckoo right there.
He's like completely enamored with Putin. He can't get enough of him. He admires him so much because he wants to be a fucking dictator. He wants his word to be the final word.
Right.
And it's crazy.
Speaking of, did you see that little shit I sent you? Was I told you to look at it during your workout and stuff?
No, I didn't watch it. What was it about?
Trump did an executive
Yeah.
order on
Magic Marmot says Trump is Putin's bitch in chat. If that ain't the fucking truth, dude. Jesus. What was the executive order?
he's basically like he overrides everything. Let me look up. There's an where's the wait, no, let's our chat. Where's our chat? Trump signs an executive order to give the White House power over regulations, like everything, kind of like blanket
That's gonna get
autonomy.
blocked.
Blanket autonomy,
That's gonna get
over
blocked. That's absolutely gonna get blocked. There's no way. I mean, there's no way that doesn't get blocked. It's the crazy thing. It's just like they just don't care about the Constitution. Where are all these fucking Republicans? All these MAGA fucking people who are like, the Constitution. I don't know the Constitution. Well, where the fuck are you now, dog? Where?
Yep.
Suddenly the Constitution doesn't matter? The separation of powers outlined in the fucking Constitution doesn't matter anymore? No, I just like the Second Amendment. I don't know about the rest of it. And the First Amendment. It's in the First Amendment, dog.
when it comes
It's
to
in
them,
the First Amendment,
say
dog.
whatever they want to.
Right, exactly. They pick and choose the parts of the First Amendment they like. I can't. Oh. It's so upsetting. Because it's
Another
right
video.
there. It's right in front of you. It's really fucking obvious what he's doing. Like anybody else trying to do this, automatic impeachment. Automatic impeachment, probably removed from office and convicted, right? We're not even talking about that with Trump. We're talking, maybe hopefully we'll fucking do well in 26, right? And then we can do something in Congress. He should not be there. There are Republicans in Congress who are pushing back on what he's saying about Ukraine, and yet still being like, oh, well, Trump, I guess we trust what he's doing. It's fucking nuts. It's fucking nuts. The Republican Party
There's
just can't
another
be
video
trusted.
that I did not show you also. It has to do with Pete Buttigieg, and it's
I love
titled
Mayor
Pete
Pete.
Buttigieg delivers. Pete Buttigieg delivers hard truth on on the truth that every Democrat needs to hear, and it's really good. He does say some stuff like,
All right, let's see. I'll watch that shit. Let me see.
you want me to link you?
Yeah.
Okay, let me.
I'll
look
watch
for
it on stream. We'll watch it together. I love me some Mayor Pete. He It was like him and Destiny were like the only two people who did like the 1v20, 1v25 on Jubilee, like right before the election. God, I would love to see Tiny get to talk to Mayor Pete. That'd be so fucking cool.
I messed up. Okay, hold on. Oh, no. That's what I want to do. I wanted to open the chat. Is this a chat? No, that's not it.
Just put it in Kick Chat.
I don't think I could put links in Kick Chat. I've tried it before.
I don't understand that because I set it so that it's supposed to allow people to put links.
There it is. There it is. Okay,
Like,
so maybe
I set it to allow people to put links. So I don't know why. Look at us.
But it's from
now we just need Sleepy Joe and Daniel Liddick to show up, and then we've got and Jockstar, and then we've got all our little tiny crew so far.
So the video is from Keith Edwards, but just skip forward to the part where he shows what Pete Buttigieg is saying.
You said with Edwards, like John Edwards?
No. It's Keith. Keith. Did you see the stream? It's Keith Edwards. He's the streamer that put this on there. So I'm just telling you now. You could just skip kind of like what he's talking about and then just go to the part where.
Allow viewers to post link in chat. I have it fucking checked. Oh no, you did post it.
Yeah, I did post it. It did work.
Okay. I'm sitting here like looking at the settings, like why doesn't it work?
No. I guess maybe others. I think I try to put links in the the other person's chat that it didn't work. I think maybe they have it.
Okay. Let's see.
TurboTax Free Edition.
Fucking TurboTax! It's fucking tax season!
Forms,
Why would you do your
returns.
taxes if you have no idea if the IRS is even going to exist in a couple months? Oh God. What is happening?
I have to refresh because it froze
Alright,
on me.
what time? Oh, okay. Like almost a minute in.
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
Like a little bit. Yeah. Look, there you
All
go.
right.
Okay, now
Let's see what Mayor Pete has to say.
Party that cares about institutions
Thank you, Magic.
is to make clear our message, especially now when people can't tell if we have a proactive message or just an opposition message. We do have a proactive
I can't hear
message.
it, but it's fine.
And it's about making sure.
Wait, you can't hear it? Magic, can
No.
you hear it? You're not going to hear it through
Oh, wait,
Discord.
hold on.
You would have to watch it through the stream.
All right. Okay, let me mute this.
Okay.
Government works for people and serves us well and enhances our freedom. But that's not the same thing as being content with the status quo. There are things about the status quo and transportation policy that drove me nuts the entire 4 years that I was transportation secretary. And there are many of those things we're able to change. There are many more of those.
I wonder if he spoke publicly about a lot of those things, because that is one thing I think Democrats, when in power, can do a lot better, right? Because, like, one of the things we heard so much about from the right, from MAGA, from non-MAGA right, is, transparency. Obviously, certain levels of transparency are ridiculous, and we shouldn't go that far. But maybe, we would have benefited from somebody like Pete Buttigieg talking more publicly about the things he was frustrated with, so people understood. I don't know. I'm just talking off the top of my head. Maybe there's other issues that kind of go into something like that. But I
Watch
think
what
maybe
he
that's
says,
what
and
it's
then
about.
let's watch what he says, and then let's talk about it. Rewind it a little
things
bit.
we weren't. Transportation policy that drove me nuts the entire 4 years that I was transportation secretary. And there are many of those things we're able to change. There are many more of those things we weren't able to change. And what we've got to do now is make clear that we too demand and expect government to work differently and better than it has, but that burning it to the ground isn't going to do that for anybody. And whether we're talking about the areas that I
right.
specifically just worked in or more generally, what I see them doing, randomly firing people who oversee our nuclear weapons by mistake, and then
Oh my
bringing up
God.
and unfiring them. Like, that is not what we
Oh my
mean when we
God.
say that certain parts of
I
government may
can't
very well
believe
need to
that
be taken
happened.
apart and put back together, which I think is a legitimate feeling and frustration that I felt as a mayor when I was looking at Washington, and sometimes felt even more strongly when I was in Washington trying to make it work for places like the city that I grew up in.
And here is Pete Buttigieg talking about Joe Rogan and how folks who go to Rogan aren't looking for politics, but politics are fine.
I'll tell you right now, I can't wait till we get to say it's Jover for Joe Rogan.
I can't wait to get to
Them. I think that's such a clear
Oh,
distinction.
echo,
And how
echo.
we-
This is the
I think
But
that's
this-
how.
pause if you're gonna
think
talk
that's such
because
a clear
I can't hear
distinction
it. What? Okay, I see. Okay,
We're
I
we're
see.
echoing.
yeah. Pause if
Right
you're gonna
now.
talk. 'Cause I can't hear what he's
I
saying.
do pause when I'm gonna talk. But it's a little delayed. This stream is gonna be a little delayed. Yeah.
We need to move forward in this media environment. We can't just be going to places that talk about politics. As much as I love that as someone who talks about politics, we have to go to places where politics aren't.
The thing we're not talking about enough, while we talk about what we have to say and how we have to say it, is where we say it. I think that's become a huge gap in the way that our party has approached politics. And one way to illustrate it is, I think something folks have been saying that I think tries to get at this problem, but also completely demonstrates an inability to see what's in front of us. And that's this idea that, well, if only we had a Rogan of the left. That's what we need. We need a Joe Rogan, but for the left. And if we had that, that's the kind of thing that we'd be reaching some of the people we're not reaching. The problem is, Rogan, people aren't listening to Rogan because they view it as being of the right. They don't think of it as political at all. They're not looking for politics. They're looking for what protein powder to use and an interesting podcast, and the politics finds them. And some seasons it's Bernie, and some seasons it's Trump. That's why it's worth listening to people who are not consuming political television. So I'm known for going on Fox, and I believe that's a smart thing for Democrats to do, and I wish more Democrats would do it. But what I'm really worried about are the people who are
Absolutely.
not watching CNN or Fox, and who are...
I'm worried about that too.
Yeah. Those people who are only watching like fucking Tim Pool and Charlie Kirk and Dave Rubin and like only get their news from those sources.
A lot of folks aren't looking for political content, but it's finding them. And it's finding them wrapped up in a lot of cultural stuff. You could be on parenting Instagram and you're getting this trad wife stuff with a little politics inflected into it. Rogan.
Pete Buttigieg saying trad wife is Kino.
And the rest of it. And I think we really need to be much smarter about taking this conversation to places where it's not reaching folks, because otherwise I do think we run the risk of doing what anybody who's been in any committed relationship or marriage knows you shouldn't be doing. I mean, if your spouse or partner comes to you upset with you, and you proceed to say, you're wrong to be upset. Here's why you're wrong to be upset. You should be much happier than you are.
Yeah.
You know what's going to happen next, right?
I've run the experiment. It's not good.
And then finally, here's Pete talking about how the things we believe in can sometimes be confused by the outcomes we create. And so let's just listen to that, and I'll talk about it after.
Allowing at least people to caricature the Democratic Party in that way.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a little bit of that event you described, and it was a caricature of everything that's wrong with our ability both to cohere as a party and to reach to those who don't always agree with us. And we cannot go on like that. We cannot. I also think that we believe in the values that we care about for a reason. And this is not about abandoning those values. It's about making sure we're in touch with the first principles that animate them. What do we mean when we talk about diversity? Is it caring for people's different experiences and making sure no one's mistreated because of them, which I will always fight for? Or is it making people sit through a training that looks like something out of Portlandia, which I have also experienced, and it is how Trump Republicans are made, if that comes to your workplace with the best of intentions, but doesn't actually get at what actually matters here, what's actually at stake. I think, and this might sound counterintuitive, If we were more serious about the actual values and not caught up in vocabularies and trying to cater to everybody only in terms of their particular slice of combinations of identities versus the shared project, actually, if we thought about it a little bit differently, things like diversity would be actually an example of how we reach out beyond our traditional coalition. And what I mean by that is the opposite of diversity is uniformity. And if there's one thing I really respect about principled conservatives, even if I don't always agree with them, it's that they have a horror of anything that has a whiff of being pressed into conformity by government or by society. So I would like to appeal to people who, whether it's because of a conservative or libertarian instinct or a more progressive instinct, or I would say just an American belief that part of the point of living in a country like this is you don't have to conform to what other people demand of you, that we're not only on board with that, we're champions of that.
Yeah. That's good for Fox News.
Yes. Yes. I want to be the anti-conformity.
Well, just be you, Keith. You don't have to be conformity or anti-conformity. Just be you, right? Everybody's trying to apply a label to themselves and everybody else. But just be you, think critically, be smart, learn things, understand things, and make good decisions. Stop worrying about...
Everything he said was 100 right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I've said in the past, which I've gotten dirty looks about, and kind of like online also I've gotten some hate, whatever. To me, people should be able to say what they want to say. You know what I mean? Yeah, sometimes it's going to be hateful, and yeah, maybe not Nazi related, but it's part of free speech, is it not?
Yeah, of course.
Are these people not? Are we? You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't have to join them. We don't have to agree with them. We don't have to be part of their group, but they should be allowed to speak, because as part of free speech, it should be allowed. And people are like, no, you're not supposed,
yeah, we tried cancel culture. It backfired big time. Let people speak so their ideas can get torn apart if they're dumb.
Right, but the only back to that is that, okay, yeah, you're allowed to say what you want, but then you can't be mad if somebody says something bad to you, because just like you're allowed to feel this way, XYZ is allowed to feel the way they do about what you're saying.
No, I know.
Does it make sense?
A lot of
it has.
If
they don't want
free
that
speech, that's fine, right? But that doesn't mean freedom from consequences. It just means freedom from prosecution from the government for what you say. Although we'll see how much longer that's going to last under fucking Trump.
Okay, there's a difference, right? If they take that free speech and they start trying to plan riots, or say, that's different. Now that's that's not allowed.
That's not protected speech.
That's not protected speech. So they need to also understand.
And that's clearly defined in the law.
You should be able to respect people that want to say what they want to say. It's fine. I don't need to engage with you. I don't need to agree with you, but I agree. You should be able to say what you want to say or feel how you want to feel. We shouldn't have to be like, guardians of the gate, you know what I mean? Like, oh no, they can't do that. Like, we don't have to do that. Again, there's going to be people, you got to keep in mind, there's going to be people who's going to think differently than you. So you got to also be able to accept that there will be backlash because of how you feel or think. But I think I'm also, and most people don't think that, people like that, they shouldn't be allowed to spread their hate. It's free speech. They should be able to say what they want to say. If they don't
like it's first of all, it's the law. They're allowed to say what they want to say, and you can't do anything about it. Although again, Trump seems to be wanting to test those limits of what you can get away with, which is crazy.
If they take it to a point where it's like, oh, Jews need to be killed. Okay, now you're taking it to a place where it doesn't need to go. You know what I mean?
That's just not protected speech. That's just correct. It's just not.
Correct. Right. But them allowing them to say what they want to say, I'm all for it. Let them speak.
Well,
Let
of
them
course
have
you
their
are.
platform.
I mean, it's the
I don't see anything
Constitution,
wrong.
and I believe in the Constitution, and the right to free speech is part of the Constitution. So, like, this is
Right.
basic. This is basic shit about being an American, right? We support free speech. I don't think what you're saying is
And then-
controversial.
A lot of people do think it's hate speech, like no,
Hate
they're
speech.
just as long as they don't take it to a place where they're threatening people's lives
Right, of
or
course. Yeah.
inciting riots or trying to gather together to
I mean,
create
hate
chaos or whatever. Then
speech. Hate speech is still protected speech.
Yeah.
It's not
It is.
necessarily protected by the TOS of different platforms. That's a different thing.
Right.
And that's their prerogative. That's their free speech to decide,
Right.
to define how they want their TOS to be, whether we like it or
And that-
not. Right? We might like
again,
some of the TOS
and it-
that, like, I don't know, that YouTube has, but we might not like some of the TOS, obviously, that X has.
No, that's
and
fine.
We
Listen,
just have to
no,
fucking
the
deal
problem
with
with
that.
X,
Yeah.
the problem with X is that he wants to allow one-sided. So
Yes,
if you're
but
going to allow
that's not a
speech,
free speech issue. That's a TOS issue.
right? But I'm saying, like, I get you. And if they, as the terms of service, want to allow this kind of speech, that's fine too. But you got to allow both sides.
No, you don't.
can't
You don't. No.
censor
You don't
one
have to do
side.
shit. You have to do jack shit if you don't want to. Your platform is your platform, and you could. If he wanted to say only racists allowed on this platform, he literally could do that too, right? There's no law stopping him from doing that. It's gonna piss us off, and rightly so, and we can complain and say, well, you're just a fucking hypocrite for saying you support free speech, right? But it is their free speech right as the platform X to do that if they want to, right? There's no law saying that they can't do that.
No, not law. Because you jumped into terms of service. What I'm saying, if their terms of service is going to allow hate speech, as or just talking about these kind of things, not hate speech particularly, like let's kill people, but kind of like talking about certain things, then it should be, if it's going to allow one side, it should allow the other, because that's in the
It
terms of service.
should. It should.
Right.
Yeah. But
Unless you, like you said,
it
it's
doesn't,
exclusive,
like I
an
said, it
exclusive clause.
should, but it doesn't have to.
If it's in the TOS, then they would have a problem with that.
Yeah, but ultimately it's their own policy, and since they set the TOS, they can kind of do whatever the fuck they want, right?
Kind of, yeah, but no at the same time.
Well, yes.
It's like saying-
we just hang on. Yes, they can do whatever the fuck they want. We just don't like it.
Right, but once it's in a written document, a terms of service, that is like basically a binding document saying, okay, this is what I will accept.
I don't think you can. I don't know if you can define the types of speech. Well, maybe. I don't actually know. I don't actually know how binding that is for the platform
It's
holder.
like saying to me, we reserve the right to offer service.
There might be.
we
So obviously it's not a criminal issue. There might be a civil issue, potentially.
Right.
But like I don't know enough about like that, like civil law when it comes to like terms of service to like answer that.
right. But yeah, it would be a civil thing. It wouldn't
Like
be
you
criminal.
might be able to sue in certain situations for like some form of discrimination, maybe. I don't know. But like banning, first of all, here's the real difficult part is like unless they're specifically stating that they're implementing this policy, it's going to be really, really fucking hard to prove that that's what they're doing.
Well, because then if you create an account, your account gets banned. You keep records and take screenshots of what you said or whatever, you could prove that they did that. But unless the
No,
terms of service
you
says,
could prove
like, it's
you
like
could make an
a business,
argument that they
right?
did that, but they're going to come with another argument saying, "Oh, look at this one tweet. We interpreted this way and that's a violation of our terms of service." Like there's so many ways. A lot of these things are broad enough that they can find ways to like wiggle around things.
Yeah.
And nobody
I,
reads those terms of service.
instructions too. But what I'm saying, unless the terms of service, it's like a business that says, we reserve the right to serve anybody, whatever, like, then I guess at that point they're left off the hook. But
Yeah.
if, it is, I don't know. Why, I don't know.
It's difficult stuff. It's on purpose.
Um,
It's very difficult to be able to sue and win for things like that.
No,
Because
not that.
again,
I'm just saying, like,
because
why
again,
even bother having a just so that you can hear the same people say the same thing over and over? Like
um,
at that point, you know what I mean? If there's not going to be like an actual discussion or whatever, I mean, if that's what they want, then that's fine.
I just again, it's super, super, super difficult to prove like damages in that sort of a situation. That's all I'm saying. Like you can. That's why I'm saying like we can be as upset about it as we want, but in reality, like most of the time you're just going to be shit out of luck, right? Because that's also their free speech to sort of implement their shit the way they want to.
Right. But if there's free speech and they implement a law saying, you're saying like this is going to be like this, and they violate their own rules, there's, like you said, there's a civil liability there.
Well, what you could
That's
probably do
what I'm
then
saying.
is if they say ban you for something that didn't actually violate the terms of service, they would have to reinstate your account. That's probably the most that you could get out of it.
Probably.
Yeah. But like X is a fucking cesspool now. We all know that. Like it's garbage, right? There's such I mean social media now, like it doesn't matter what platform you're on. It's like 99% just fucking hate. Right? It kind of sucks. Like going on social media kind of fucking sucks now. Because it's just everybody's so
Yeah, it
fucking
does.
hateful all the time. It's a bummer.
Sometimes I'll go on Facebook to look at videos. Some of them are like the Latinos make videos and stuff there, and some of them are funny. Some of them are just like cringe. Like, do people really follow these people and watch this shit? Like, wow.
Yeah, I mean, like my feed on Facebook is generally pretty chill. It's mostly like sports and nerd stuff and like a little bit of news here and there and like mostly my friends posting. And so like I don't mind my Facebook feed so much because it's like, you know, I've had Facebook since like, I don't know, 2007. And so like over the years and years and years of using it, like my algorithm is pretty well adjusted to me. So I don't get too much stupid shit. So Facebook is pretty bearable for me.
I'm not saying I get super sad. I look for videos because I like to look at videos sometimes. But lighten the mood because all this news and all this stressful shit. Sometimes I look for a little ray of like laughter, and there are some videos there that are funny. I love baby videos, so I like watching those. When babies laugh, oh my god, it's like the best thing ever.
Babies are cute.
So I do look for these videos, but a lot of it is like, oh my god, junk, so much junk.
There's a lot of junk, but it's there's still some decent stuff on there when it's not like
TikTok.
fucking AI.
TikTok is anything like the shit that they've been having the shorts on YouTube.
I don't even
know why
have
people
TikTok.
bother. I don't have TikTok either.
Yeah, I'm not gonna have TikTok unless it gets sold. I'm not trying to have that shiny shit on my phone Stealing my data?
What is
No, I keep my data for
know there's so much
American
stuff, though.
companies, okay? Patriotism, baby. Woo! Americans get my data, not the
is this
Chinese.
about? I'm gonna ask you a question. I know we have so much to talk about, but what do you know about? I've heard about, but I don't know much about it. Elon wants to make TikTok a pay app, cash app.
You mean Twitter?
Excellent.
Yeah, you said TikTok.
I did say TikTok.
Yeah.
Like, I guess I still had it on my brain.
So yeah, he wants to add like banking services and stuff like that to it. So it would be like a whole like he wants it to even like replace people's bank accounts and stuff like that. I feel like that's super antitrust. He should not be allowed to do that, in my opinion. But
Just turn it into that, or just still have X and then have.
still have X. So his like vision for it is like, you know how like there's those Chinese apps like I don't even remember what it's called. I know there's like a Chinese app that's like a one-stop shop for like everything you need to do. Let me look it up. Hang on. Chinese app for everything. WeChat. Yeah. WeChat is like an app for everything. It feels like that's what he's trying to go for with what he wants to do with X. Which it's like, nah, dude, like we are already too lenient when it comes to monopolies and antitrust.
So it's everything. Hold on. It's a messaging app, it's a payment app, and a social media platform.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's
And,
controlled by China. You know, China is really strict with their.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't think we need that kind of shit here. I like separate apps for separate shit, right? I don't like want to make payments to somewhere and then have the algorithm be like, "Oh, we saw you bought this shit, right? Why don't we offer you ads for this?" There's a reason like I tell all of my apps not to share any data with other apps on my phone.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay. Okay. I didn't know. Okay. I see what I mean now.
Hey, Victoria. Oh.
Hey, what's up? Sorry about that. I'm on mobile, so it like auto lock.
Oh, for sure. How you doing?
Yeah. So if I take a second, yeah. You know, I'm hanging in there. It's been a
Yeah.
trying week. Yeah, it's been tough. But you know, we carry on. How about you guys?
I'm all right. You know, just handling everything that's going on day to day, trying to keep my head wrapped around shit.
Good.
Yeah, trying to go over some of the insanity, you know.
The Ukraine stuff is really doing my fucking head in right now.
It's so much.
What's right?
Like,
Oh, right.
why?
Sorry, guys. I'm gonna stay on mute a bit just because I just got home from a bunch of engagements and my mind's kind of like
No worries.
So I don't want to interject. Be like, so
If
So
you hear
I'm
us
just listening.
talking
I might
and
like make a comment and then
yeah,
again,
like
it's
if you're hearing us talk about
Never
something
figured.
and you want to jump in, like obviously feel
Yeah, I
free.
just-
Yeah.
I'm trying to get my mind off of the day's events. You know.
Totally. Yeah.
I wish there was a possibility that Pete Buttigieg could win the presidency.
I hope so. Maybe in fucking 4 years. Who knows? I think he'd be a wonderful, wonderful president. Will America elect a gay man? I don't know if it's ready
That's
for
what
that.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that's gonna happen yet, but I would so love it.
Yeah.
If people were probably fed up enough that they're ready for change, it could happen. It could.
Maybe.
But if there's other people running with him, let's say like Gavin Newsom or other people running with him,
I
then
love Gavin Newsom. He's my governor. I think he's amazing. But I don't know if I think he's such a divisive figure that I don't know if he could do it.
I hear you. I'm just saying, like, between if if there was a choice between a straight man and the gay man, then people are gonna choose the straight man, even if they don't necessarily agree with his policies. Which is that it's kind of like,
but you're probably right, and it makes me sad.
which is probably to what happened with Trump. When people given the choice, women or a guy, even though you might not like his policies.
Yeah.
We can't deny there's a lot of that sexism out there.
Homophobia. This person's
But he would
different
make
from
such
me.
a he would make such an amazing president.
I agree.
He is. You see how transparent he is when he's talking about stuff. Like he's like, there was so much stuff in the Department of Transportation that was incredibly frustrating to me. Some of them we changed, some of them but the way he talks, he's so honest. I don't know. There's something about him that you believe what he's saying.
He's not just honest. He's like he's level-headed, which that I really appreciate. He's well researched on a lot of topics and rhetorically he's very talented. I love it when he goes on Fox News. That's fucking awesome. And I would love to see more of him over these next few years, because now that he's like out of the cabinet and he's technically not really, working in anything at the moment, I want to see more of him doing public things, going on Fox News again, talking about stuff, right?
How we were having a discussion and I was like, if something doesn't sound right, question it, look it up. You know what I mean? What he says, every time he speaks, it just makes so much sense to me. Like when he's talking about Joe Rogan it's not a political podcast, but it kind of, right. They don't constantly talk about politics, they talk about other stuff. But politics kind of get intertwined every so often. They'll have somebody who is political in the show. So it kind of like, and that is, to me, it's like, well, you know what I mean? It's like, so true. Like when he says stuff, you know what I mean? It's like, wow, he's so right when it comes to that, Like we need to go to places where they're not necessarily, because a lot of people are not engaged in politics. Remember we talked about that too? A lot of people engaged in a cooking show, for instance. They want to spend their time watching cooking shows or whatever. So to ask to go into these cooking shows that has nothing to do with politics, and have a conversation, maybe cook something and talk politics as you're cooking with this person. Now you're informing these people that watches this person, and it's not necessarily watching politics. Now you just kind of like, oh, look at this person. He said this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That is so brilliant. That is so brilliant to me. And just a cooking show is just an example, but anything, you know what I mean? Like just having somebody but that doesn't necessarily is political, like a Tim Pool, whatever, and invite people to come and talk. Now those people who are not necessarily engaged in politics, who are not watching constant Tim Pool or MSNBC or NBC or whatever, now they could be at least a little bit more informed because now you were there and you said, a few things, and you know what I mean?
Yeah. Hang on, give me 1 second.
That's fine. I'll keep talking.
You go ahead.
No, I'm saying like if you have let's say a podcast that talks about like say social issues, women and not necessarily political, but just kind of like just social things in general that people engage in and stuff. It'd be nice to have invite somebody who's a politician, a Democrat politician or a politician, so that those people who are engaged in that type of can get a little bit, maybe something they didn't know, like, oh, who is this guy? What is he talking about? I didn't know that was happening. You know what I mean? Like, and that
Right.
kind of maybe will engage people, trigger that little light bulb and say, wait, I need to look this up. I need to find out more, based on of what's being said. I think. Hey, Daniel.
Hello. How
Hey,
we
buddy.
doing? What's up, brother?
Daniel,
Yes.
I'm waiting for our one-on-one
Chillin'.
talk.
Oh, our one-on-one, is that what you said?
Yes, I would love to pick your brain.
Yes, but what kind of surgical devices will you be using? What's up, Jordan? How you doing, dude?
Chilling, dog.
Chilling. So I wrapped the movie. A little break for the next one. Little break. I just want to hop in and say hi. I am play some video games with some friends. In a
Is
minute.
that Daniel?
You won?
Is that
Yes.
Daniel? A wild Daniel? Hey, what's
It
up?
is.
Yeah.
A wild.
Sorry, I'm not. I can't see my screen, so I just hear voices coming out of the phone.
Nice.
Well, it's good to see you
What are
on
you
the
up to?
stream, buddy. It's been a minute.
I know. It has. I've been working.
Yeah.
Aren't we all? What did you say you were doing? I didn't hear
I work
you.
in film, so I just wrapped a movie. I just finished a movie, and
Oh, nice.
yeah, now I have a little break in between the next job.
Do you do like short films, motion pictures, or something like that?
Feature films, yeah, like full-length movies.
Okay, cool. That's a good job. That's cool. Well, I'm saying it's a good job, mate. I always think it's a good job for people who like that kind of thing. You know what I mean? If you like,
Yeah,
you're into movies and you like creating, that's like the perfect job. Because even if
Mhm.
you don't get paid a lot, you know what I mean? You're in your world. Something that you always wanted to do. You know what I mean? Like that's great to me. But
So,
what are y'all talking about before I jumped in? What's up? What's new?
well, we were talking about Mayor Pete and how much we like him and how we'd like him to hopefully run for president, but also that, like, he probably wouldn't stand a great shot because we don't think America would vote for a gay guy.
Wasn't he in the news recently? Did something happen with him?
no.
I didn't see anything.
But yeah, we've had that combo before.
Yeah. Before that, we were talking about Ukraine stuff, which is crazy.
Ugh. You heard all of the possibility anyway of everybody Americans getting $5,000 back on their taxes.
No.
They're trying to buy our love. Look at that. They're gonna buy our love.
I don't.
We're getting an additional
I'm gonna
$5,000.
press X to doubt on that one happening. Because they'd need to. Well, let's see. They'd need to cut. They need to cut a shit ton of money from like this year's budget in order to do that. But I mean, like, I already get a pretty decent tax return every year, so.
Did you post the article in the chat or like somewhere?
No, I haven't. I gotta look it up real quick.
Yeah, because I'm looking and I don't see anything in the news about that.
No, I know they were talking.
No,
I saw
Elon
something
just talked
about
about it,
them
yeah.
talking about like a tax cut. Why the fuck is Elon talking about that?
Oh,
He says
Elon.
he's so much money from Doge that we'll be able to.
I have not seen a lot of evidence that he's cut a lot of money. I've seen them claim they've cut a lot of money, but I haven't seen them
Yeah.
actually provide a lot of evidence that they've cut a lot of money. So I'm waiting
You
for
could
that.
save a lot of money. Pay him $8 million a day.
But also, like,
I know.
I don't.
I know.
I obviously agree that we should be looking
not.
at misuse of funds and things like that. I don't agree we should be doing it in ways that violate the Constitution.
Right. Okay. Did you see what I sent you about science? The science department. They're getting rid of.
They're cutting stuff from what?
I think we're gonna stop the funding of torturing little dogs and shit, something like that. I'm just kidding.
No.
Yeah, what programs are exactly being defunded?
I sent it to you. The National Science Foundation. They're cutting the staff in the National Science Foundation. And this is for everything,
Have they
like
said
anything
why?
scientific,
Like,
whether it's
have they said
medical.
why, or they just say waste, fraud, and abuse, and like don't go specific?
You gotta go. Rachel Maddow did the thing on it.
I kind of don't want to hear what Rachel Maddow has to say about it.
Why?
No.
What do you
Because
have
she's wrong
against
about so
Rachel?
much.
I mean, she's not super wrong all the time. It's just that she
It's just 80% of the time. Yeah, definitely not all the time.
decent amount.
Rachel Maddow probably isn't the best source for this sort of information, and I would say the same as far as any Fox News anchor is concerned as well.
Yeah.
With respect to a lot of these cuts, including the National, NSF, National Science Foundation, among many others. Again, and there's a lot of stuff being said. Probationary period for new hires within the federal government, and there's, it's, I guess the best way to put this is there are, like in private sector, very similar things. You get put on a probationary period, like maybe it might be 90 days, 2 years, it doesn't matter. And I'll just leave it at that. I'm just, it's been a kind of a rough day, but just bear in mind this. If you stripped out all the inflammatory language and like the border czars to, Doge, whatever, and all that stuff. Again, probationary period, this isn't something that's necessarily unusual in the past. It's just been amped up a lot. And of course, we have just so much more information to sort through. And information doesn't mean that it's true or false. Just means we have to kind of
That's what I was asking for, like specifics if we have them, because
Right.
If he says like I'm gonna cut 90 billion from the VA, it's like, sometimes for me anyways, this is just me personally, it doesn't matter my experiences or any of that other stuff. I just kind of think about like, all right, well, let's go back to fundamentals, like $90 billion, and it's like, and then you can start just doing some basic arithmetic without even knowing the numbers, and it's like that seems a little inflated, that number, and then maybe work from there sometimes, because it's hard going through all this stuff.
100%.
You got, whether it's Rachel being Rachel Maddow, I'll leave that alone, or the other ones.
But to me, that's easy to debunk because I look at Rachel Maddow and I see she says, but all I have to do is look it up. Is the National Science Foundation their layoffs, and I'm seeing everybody else report Axios,
but like
CBS.
we don't know.
But no,
You know,
hold
others
on
in
one second, Carly.
Bloomberg
Carly,
is-
one second though.
Candy.
I know that you're seeing a lot of that stuff, but and it's true that there have been these probationary period employees. A lot of them are indeed at home, including disabled vets. That's something I don't really want to get into right now. But I'll say this: if you went to NSF's website, this is what I would do. I'd go to the source, which is the National Science Foundation's website, .gov. And then I would look to see what is it on their site anywhere and see what it says on the site. And there's a lot of problems with that too. And then start working from where's the receipts? As in, I'm not saying that it's not happening. I'm just saying, like, okay, we got to take a step back for a second, because a lot of people are saying a lot of things all at once. And it's just like, okay, well, and I'm not going to speak to my personal, who I know personally, and this, you know what I mean, Jordan? Like,
of course.
we can't get into that.
Right.
So I just try to look at it from like, hey, we're just all lay people and we're just trying to get by and figure shit out. And,
And like, I'm
You
not
know,
gonna be.
I'd
There's
I don't
certain cuts
disagree
that I'm
that-
like, I would be okay with. There's certain cuts I'm not going to be okay with, and like,
Sure.
I need to know. I need to know a lot more specifics about what they are. Like I said earlier, I'm
Precisely.
not necessarily against, checking budgets, making sure things are well spent,
No, you
getting
know,
rid
you
of
know
fraud
what's
and
up.
things
It's
like that.
GOA
Yeah.
and GSA. They've
Exactly.
looked into that. You know, there's fraud, waste, and
Exactly.
abuse, and we've been doing this
Yep.
since inception.
For a
And
really
and
long
there is
time.
some ridiculous like waste and abuse that goes on all the time,
Yeah.
way before any Elon Musk was even fucking born.
Yeah.
But my point is that like yeah, it's you know.
But I also like
that
I
doesn't
do.
mean
I
it's not.
am
It doesn't mean
gonna
we don't.
have.
It doesn't mean we don't undermine it or it's not a concern. It just means that like hold up, like we got to hold our horses for a second
Yeah,
here
I
because there's
am
going to be
gonna
a lot
have
more
issues
information to
with.
come.
I do kind of have issues with some of the ways they're going about doing this, though. That's sort of what's.
Oh, I have more than a few.
Yeah.
But I got to temper my own like anger, or lack thereof.
Well, I
know,
try
that's
to
my
stay
job.
calm, but
Same. You
Also,
know, I'm
'cause you don't wanna
we
freak
can
out.
just flip out on each other right now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
but
It's
like,
I
just,
don't. I personally, Jordan knows this. I don't get angry. I feel bad because these are people who need their jobs, who have mortgages, who have children. They need to
everybody needs
feed.
their jobs.
And when stuff like this happens that are unprecedented, this is life. You know what I mean? And that it's you know what I mean? I'm not mad. It worries me. You know, I feel bad. That's what I'm saying. I don't feel
get that.
angry. I feel bad.
I get that, Candy, but also like, people get fired, people get laid off. That happens. We can't like worry about every single person who gets fired or laid off. We have
not
to look
like-
at it from a macro level. Like it's a pretty decent job
Candy, I
market right
feel
now.
you.
Like
I get what you're saying.
people will land on their
We
feet.
go through all of it. The FDA, the FAA, now the FDA also they fired people. The science department, they wanted to they got the Department of Education. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot, and it's like a lot of people. It's not like this is. I mean, again, you and I agree. It's not that we don't want oversight. That's fine. Let's get together, left and right. Let's talk about it. Let's have a discussion. Let's put people in place. Let's give them clearance, proper clearance to be able to go through these agencies and start gutting them one by one. That's fine. I'm okay
Yeah,
with that.
I agree with that
But what
too.
you're doing-
I mean, the things that are really worrying me are like, going after the from a broad perspective, going after like the CFPB, going after the Department of Education from a broad perspective. Those are worrying to me because they're wanting to shut down entire departments that do like really really important stuff. That I don't like at all.
Right. And the science, there's people already like coming forward, saying, they can't really say what they're working on, but apparently they're working on really important stuff and it's science. I mean, we got to have our scientists doing their thing, and firing the people who were doing the bird flu thing. You know what I mean? Like that could create an outbreak. Again, they're not doing you like you said. You used a very good analogy before, not today, but other times. They're not using a scalpel and being precise. They're using a machete or an axe
Right.
and just chopping. And not really the nuclear weapons, like just firing and not knowing what they do, and then having to scramble to rehire them back.
And another
It's-
thing that's that I'm keeping an eye on, that I'm concerned about, is I'm seeing a lot of firings at OPM, the Office of Personnel Management, having to
Yes.
do with people who work in the privacy team. That's a
Those
little
people
concerning
supposedly
as well.
got fired because
And people
Right.
who
Well,
handle
it's
FOIA
funny.
requests, which is kind of
this went under the
Shit.
radar. Nobody knew about this. The only reason why we know about this is because the CNN did a Freedom of Information Act request on the clearance of Elon Musk and his people, the
and they
kids that
basically
he's
got
using.
told, sorry, we got fired.
Yeah, they're like, oh, good luck with. They said good luck with that because these people so the people who processed those got fired. So they were
It's
like,
it's
good
kind
luck
of
with
wild.
that.
And then there's adjudication processes. There's a couple of different avenues with that. With respect to OPM, is definitely highly concerning for me
Yeah.
personally, especially since they had a major breach just not too long ago. This was 2 years
Security.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people,
Yeah.
let's stop the conversation there because this
Yeah.
gets very
Nope.
sensitive
I'm
very
with
quickly.
you. I'm with
So,
you. 100%.
we'd say it there. So yeah.
Mhm. But yes, I know exactly what you're talking
But
about, and
Candy,
it's
to your
something that
point,
I've thought of as well. 100%.
Candy, to your point, like at least where I live, well, which is the DMV. I mean, it employs. well, Trust me, a lot of people do know. It's just, it's the Pareto rule, loudest. We're hearing only the loudest.
Yeah.
The loudest aren't necessarily the most knowledgeable, or even, acquainted with the, ins and outs of some of
Yeah.
these
So that's what I
seemingly
feel
mundane things.
they should be doing. They should be grabbing the people who are more experienced, that know what they're doing, maybe explaining things to them. Okay, this is this, that is that, this means this. They're not doing that. They're like, oh, we're
That's
giving Social
not true,
Security
though.
to some
Not from my
Elon.
perspective. It's
Well, I,
just
I
that
don't know
we're
what your
only hearing
perspective
the
is,
loud
but
ones.
Elon is going.
Elon.
Elon is going online,
And he
doing
doesn't know
interviews saying
what the fuck he's talking about with
that's
many
what I'm.
respects to the functioning of the government, the internal functionings.
That's
And
again.
so
That's what
all
I'm
of us
saying.
here in the DC
Instead
area, the
of
DC capital
grabbing,
area region,
Hang
we
on,
all
Candy.
know
Hang on.
this. We all know this, and it pisses all of us off, and much, much more. And
right,
I'm
what I'm
trying
saying,
to be
instead of
careful with
him
my language
grabbing,
because it's a very emotionally charged subject for me, for somebody that's 5 feet away from me right now.
Yeah.
I don't want to make people cry and upset any more than we all already are, because, and I don't mean to play this game of like, oh, who has it worse, but we're here
right,
literally. These are, I mean, I don't know about everybody else, but there's some direct impacts to people, and I'll just leave it at that. And I know
Yep.
you can feel it in my voice, Candy, and so I'm not trying
yeah,
to be rude. It's just it's
no, no,
it's a
no,
little tough.
I,
But everybody,
right, but
those of us who've been in those places, and I'm not claiming to be any expert on anything. I'm just saying that there's a little more to it, but we got to keep in mind that again, who has the loudspeaker, and then who's allowing the loudspeaker, and we can't keep blaming like just general population on things about their political leanings or what they did or didn't do.
Agreed.
You're just playing into the machine. I call it the perpetual propaganda machine, honestly.
We just
And
have
it's not
to
just
deal.
this era, it's always.
We have to deal with the reality right now. Follow it as closely as we can. Make sure we understand as much as we can about what's going on. Talk about that.
Well, this is where misinformation, disinformation, and I would encourage to just go to, even Google Scholar will do. There's, I mean, this has been a subject that's been studied for a very, very long time. It'll go under different titles and different names and things, but, as far as I'm concerned, sometimes just, when, like kind of looking at, things like that, studies, peer-reviewed articles that have thousands and thousands, even from 1992. It doesn't matter. Like, just kind of looking at that stuff and be like, right, okay, like it kind of gets your mind, like redirected into, okay, like, all right, we've seen some of these plays before, as insane as it seems, and it is insane. But I mean, what I do know is that, like, it's very easy to, trigger and upset anybody, really.
Yeah.
I mean, we are, after all, driven by the limbic system, and and I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to play into just what marketers. Daniel, you work in film, like, the emotional music in the background. You're like, oh yes, something's about to happen.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. I mean, like, but again, can be used for good, bad, neutral, other things. And
I feel like the way that I've been handling it is I'm just following a lot of like the legal cases, following as much up on that as I possibly can, reading judges' rulings
I think you've been
and
great,
stuff like that.
honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that keeps me sort of sane and aware and like not freaking out because I'm like, okay, we're following the process of the law. Let's follow that.
Yeah, I mean, and then we'll go from there, like, because, people, and because during the downward spiral of, but the Supreme Court, and like, I can bitch about that all goddamn day until I die. But, like,
Well, and also like
one step
I
at
mean,
a
like,
time, and also, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. If it's total
we
anarchy,
will.
we'll get there.
But
when we
also,
get there.
like, this Supreme Court, while obviously there have been some rulings that I'm not a fan of, that a lot of people on the left side of the aisle in general are probably not a fan of, they've also ruled in some surprising ways.
Yeah.
Amy Coney Barrett in particular has surprised me more than once.
Nice.
And so, like, we don't.
And,
We'll see.
and that's what I say. Contracts, legal, just like go to the source, like, which it might be boring as fuck, but you gotta read that fine print, which
Gotta
whether
take
it be,
that time.
yeah, it is what it is. But then you can cut through, it's just like, no, it's coming from the primary source here, not like what Rachel said, not what ChatGPT said, not what, my boyfriend or your girlfriend or whoever the fuck said. Just let's see what they said, and then you take it from there. But again, I'm not making a prescription for what people should do. It's just kind of, sometimes I toy around with, best ways to go about things, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Correct. I listen
Because
to
the
Rachel,
spiral
but I
ain't
don't
gonna
take
help anybody. It's just gonna
everything
fuck
they
you up in
say.
the head.
I don't take everything they say at face value. Like, again, I'm like, oh, she said this. Wait, let me look it up. You know what I mean?
Good.
She's a
Oh,
good
and
source.
you're not stupid, Candy, and neither we're not stupid, and I know you know that. Like, it's just, I guess
I
I'm
don't
kind of
take that.
speaking.
I
I'm speaking to
don't.
the ether,
Yeah,
Sure.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't go in there. Go,
You can
Rachel said.
always
No,
vent
I look
here.
it up.
You can always
Yeah.
vent here.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean,
Well,
I
as
mean,
much as you feel
I come
comfortable
from an I come from a crazy ethno place. Woo, nuts. You want to see some nutty shit?
Yeah.
Like, well,
As
on
much
the
as you
other
feel
hand,
comfortable venting, you
Westoids,
can always vent here.
bunch of
Yeah.
Westoids.
Yeah, right? I saw that comment in chat. It made me giggle.
Oh, I've got jokes for days on that, but I was like,
Yeah.
at the same time, I signed a note,
Okay.
and I uphold what I do.
Yes.
I got integrity.
Yep. You got integrity. Yep.
Doesn't mean that I don't love. Oh, I don't want to get into all this. Anyway, la la
Yeah.
la 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 la.
Obviously, we don't want to. We don't want to put you in a situation where you're
you know
thinking
what I
about what
told
you have
you
to
about,
say.
you
Yeah,
know.
of course.
You go, like, yeah, I was like, try me, bitches. I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
woo! I gotta watch my language here.
yeah, of course. But
Us
yeah,
all
I'm,
too.
I'm just, like I said. Also, I feel like foreign policy is a little easier for me to get a little more into and worked up at, because it's a
Same.
little more on the face as well.
I hear you. I know the subtext here, and
Yeah.
I know I'm not always as open, with you and everybody else, like, about things.
Yeah, but I
always
respect
like
it.
But yeah, it's just like I can't, like, I can't. And even if I wanted to, it's like, it's way too tricky to get into, and it can turn into, oh, well, you're this, well, I'm this, and
Oh yeah.
and then we start battles and holy war.
And that's not how I see it. The way I see it is, I'm American and I want what's best for my country and our allies, and that's the position that I'm coming from. It's never about you're this, I'm this person's that, or whatever. It's about what's best for my country, what's best for all of us. And that's why it's difficult to watch some of the things I've been seeing lately. It definitely worries me, but we'll see what happens.
Hey, you got a roof over your head.
I do have a roof over my head. I will I will probably be okay. At least. Yeah.
Anyway,
So-
sorry to be a Debbie Downer. Please
Oh,
continue.
don't worry about it. I mean, we're talking politics. It comes with the territory.
Well, you guys don't know my politicking, so fuck
Um,
you. Fuck you.
Yeah, I don't feel like I need to know your
Jokes,
politics.
jokes, and jokes.
I don't feel like I need to know your politics, though.
Hmm?
I don't
Okay.
feel like I need to know your politics because we talk about things from a more pragmatic perspective, right?
Yeah.
And politics is a
That's a good way
lot
to
of
put
theory.
it.
Yeah,
The political theater.
indeed, indeed. Anybody see any good movies lately? I heard the new Captain America was okay.
Huh? What now?
I heard the
Captain
new Captain
America.
America was okay.
Oh, yeah, that's... Oh, fuck. Damn.
Yeah,
Where's
that's out
Bucky?
now.
Where's Bucky?
Bucky's probably not going to show up until Thunderbolts, which is in May.
God damn it. Alright.
But that looks pretty dope. I'm actually really excited for that one.
They better not fuck it up.
Yeah. You know, these phases have been up and down. We're working
Yeah,
towards...
you're right.
Yeah, I'm sure, like last time, it'll be like some good ones, some bad ones, and the phases like working up to the big shit. And then once we get like towards the end of like the phase, like before we get to like those final Avengers movies and stuff, that's probably when it's gonna start like really fucking popping off. That's usually how that goes. Okay, everybody's muted but me. I'm just speaking into the ether right now, which is fun.
I mean, you know, I'll tell you whatever you want to know that I can tell you. It's just,
Okay,
it's pretty
here's-
dark and fucked
Here's
up.
what I
that's
want
all.
to get into. I want to get into why you don't like Endgame.
You don't like what?
Endgame.
Sorry, 1995 chip in my brain. Give me a minute.
Avengers Endgame.
Oh, yeah. No, it's just fatigue and stress. Yeah, I'll have to get back. I'll have to take a rain check on that one because I'd rather speak instead of just being like, it's trash, and if you don't get it, you don't get it. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't want to say something simplistic like that. That's,
For sure. For
you know,
sure.
because I do like the franchise. It's just
Right.
I'd rather my mind is like in a million places right now, so
That's
it'd be
okay.
hard for
No
me
worries.
to give a fair
Yeah,
critique
no
of that
worries.
without coming across like just a belligerent asshole.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's not that bad. It's just I have my qualms about it, I guess.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, and they're not really necessarily rational. It's just
That's fair. That's fair.
I would like to get into all that stuff because I have oh man, if I could, oh shit, if only you guys knew how many comics are in this place and all the other stuff, literally on my desk right now.
Hey,
but
I
that's
like me
for
some
another
comics
day.
too.
No,
I recently picked
I'm
up
better
some.
than you.
No, I don't need to like the I don't need to make it super comic accurate to enjoy. I know there's a lot of huge differences. I mean, even Infinity War.
Oh,
had
me
huge
too.
differences.
I'm just
Yeah.
I'm just fucking around here. But no,
Yeah.
for real, we do. But if you were to sit here and ask me, well, but this and this and this and this and this, I'm like, all right, hold on, I'm old.
No, for sure.
Give me a minute.
For sure.
No, I'm
I
making
recently,
a joke, though, to play to your point, which is it's just we know.
Yeah.
And like, but if you start asking me like, well, I'm like, okay, whoa, give me a second here. Let me
No, for sure.
remember.
Yeah, and like I would be ready to go on that. But recently I picked up some first editions of it was like number 2 and number 3 of Absolute Batman. Can't find number 1, and it's like $120 for a first edition.
Number
so I'm gonna wait on that one.
Woo-wee. Yeah, that shit's
But
wild.
Absolute
That's really cool.
Batman
That's awesome.
is pretty cool because he's a working
is.
class Batman. He's not like a rich Bruce Wayne.
Oh yeah. Me and my partner in crime get in long arguments about all this fun stuff all the time.
Yeah,
It's
we're gonna
pretty
have
silly.
to do
Sometimes
that on
I
stream
think
one
like
of
we
these
should just
days.
record this and listen to this silly
Yeah,
shit.
we
but,
should do that
yeah.
on stream one of these days, and you know, feel free to.
Oh yeah, I'll bring him in. Could be like he's my reference point on a lot of the particulars of certain things.
For sure.
Whew.
You know,
What did I
I
miss?
can't wait until someone that I know retires from her job. You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
that she can finally come on and talk about certain things, because that would be a lot.
Yeah, that would be because I told you like about my mom and some other stuff, and the test, man, that ain't no joke. That test is no fucking joke.
It's not.
And it's
I'll have my
like,
dad
yeah.
come on and talk about it one time, actually, because he had to take it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 counselors.
Yeah. Yep.
That's a throwback.
You're retiring.
That's the title of a book literally in my room right now. Also a throwback to.
Oh, that's funny
my
because my dad has actually worked at a consulate before.
I know.
Yeah.
We-
Oh, we talked about this. Okay.
yeah. I know you know we know.
Yeah.
When you dip, I dip, we dip.
Yeah. Oh man. I mean, it's nice, like, with him, because since he's retired and the stuff that he did was like years and years and years ago, it's a little easier.
Yeah,
to,
you're able to. Yeah.
I'm able to talk about stuff.
Again,
like
we
that.
could go. We don't need to go into the technically why it is
Right.
allowed or not allowed or whatever. I don't know nothing about nothing.
Yeah.
We don't know nothing.
But yeah, it's cool. It's cool to also have him on the days he on the days he does come on. It's cool to have him in here because we'll be talking about stuff in here and we'll be really getting into it. And then I'll go like, "Yo, so Dad, what do you think about this?" And he'll either be like, "Yeah, that's kind of right," or he'll be like, "No, you guys have no fucking clue what you're talking about."
There you bingo.
Yep.
Dad knows what's up.
Yep. Yeah. And so I just, I really like being able to talk to him because
It dials it, it reels it back in, and you're like,
reels
oh,
it back
shit.
in. He can reality check me on stuff, right? And I
Exactly.
even do that for him
Ratioed
sometimes.
or whatever the cool kids
Yeah.
say these days.
But I'd like to say that I even do that for him sometimes too, because he might watch a piece of news that he'll be like, "What the fuck is this?"
We're
And
all
I will,
yeah.
I will have
I
looked
feel
into
you,
it. Yep.
brofist. I feel
Yep.
you on that one, dude.
And I'll have
are-
looked
we
into that
all-
particular
we're all
thing a little
human.
bit more. Yeah, and I'll be like, "Well, hang on. Let's find out what's going on here before we lose our heads over it."
Well, we all aren't. We don't know everything at every point in time, forever and ever and ever. And
Not
if you want to
until
get
we
into
have
information theory someday, come at me, bruh.
Yes, dude. Well, yeah. I mean, there's from the philosophy perspective, certainly.
Now, fuck that. No, we're talking science. We're talking actual science.
talking
alright?
physics?
None of this
Oh.
loosey-goosey fucking meta magic.
Okay, because if we're talking physics, I'm right there with you, and you know that.
Yeah, it's just like, look.
Yeah.
And then I can compartmentalize and go into the philosophical. But remember
Which is
when we
fun.
remember that day we were talking in Gaspar's server and we were talking about the drones and the RC planes and all that, and I was showing
Right.
you the pictures,
Yeah.
and then the whole room just gone. because
Yeah.
we were talking about something that, you know, like we can relate and connect to. It just,
100%.
but it wasn't about utilitarianism.
It wasn't
or symbolic
utilitarianism or fucking philosophy. Oh my god.
You remember that day? And it's
Yes.
Just, and it's just like, you know, because they're all, you know, and just like, you guys are arguing the stupidest circle ever. Shut the
Yeah.
fuck up. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Because like,
Let's talk about something that's actually interesting and neat
Yes.
and fun.
because
Real.
like I do love philosophy, right? You love philosophy.
You tell me
It's
about
really
the trolley
interesting.
problem one more time. Just to fall
Yeah, but
downstairs.
like at some point it's
Holy
like
shit.
let's talk about some real practical shit. And the cool thing about like modern science is, you know, at the edges of what we're working on in modern science, we're starting like really in really early ways to sort of tap on the door in some of these philosophical questions. Not really to answer them, but to provide some plausible answers, potential answers for some of these things. And so that's really cool.
Bingo.
That's why I love talking
That's
about
really
these
cool. You
scientific
got it.
things. Yeah.
You got it. You got it.
But no, you know, they don't like that. You know, I've always said that.
They just like to say, we understand the universe and the Big Bang, therefore no God, the end. I'm like, all right, sure.
Right, exactly. I've
I'm like,
always
I'm
said
no
that.
physicist, so what do I know?
I've always said that I love philosophy because it's it's one of the best way to generate the questions that science has to answer.
That's actually good. I like that.
Yeah.
I just don't like amateurs, you know, who say that they understand like the universe, and I'm like, well, you need to get humbled.
Yeah, because like like none of us understands the universe.
Yeah,
right? Fucking,
a true
fucking
scientist
Stephen
who knows what the fuck
Hawking.
they're talking about.
Yeah,
They're
like
not
fucking
gonna-
Stephen
they don't
Hawking
say
would
those things.
even go back, you know, before he died and be like, "Oh, I might have been wrong about this. Let me look at this from other perspectives." Right? The
You know
only
the second what
person,
the second half of his book was about, right?
which book?
It leads back to the Great Circularity, and the last book he wrote.
I haven't read
forget
it yet. I need to.
Well, you'll see what I mean when that day, if that day comes, because I have so many books. that I'm like,
There's
fuck,
only
fuck,
been
fuck.
one guy who I think has been proven right time and time and time and time and time and time again, no matter how many times we try to prove him wrong, and that's Einstein. I feel like
Not a
he's
bad choice.
not a bad choice, but like, you know, it doesn't look like we're disproving
Like he's the
special
goat. Don't get me wrong.
relativity.
Like I ain't throwing shade, but like,
Like it doesn't look like we're ever going to disprove special relativity, right? Like that's probably not going to happen.
well,
there
then
might
you
be
need to philosophize yourself again. Like,
there may be some
what the fuck was
workarounds,
going on in the boardroom when they made Back to the Future? I don't know.
right? There's probably some workarounds, right? Like with Alcubierre, but you know, flying in the face of the principles.
Event Horizon, hello.
Event Horizon
He made it really simple. It's like fuck yeah, there it is.
Oh, you're talking about the movie, not an actual Event Horizon.
Yeah, the movie. Well, no, unless you want to talk about the moral Event Horizon.
Right. Yeah, because I was about to be like, no, Event Horizon's still obey relativity.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, whoa, remember the movies.
Yeah.
Thought you were movies.
Yeah, of course.
Thought you were a film guy.
Yeah. No,
just
I
joking
mean,
around,
like,
but-
you know, that's one of the things, like, that is one of the things where I'm, like, super watching, super carefully cuts to science because, you know, science funding is already so fucked with and sucky. And
hard to
like,
trace and track and
Yeah,
grants and there is something to
meanwhile-
be said about. I know what they're doing with the grants. We don't have to get. I'm not going to trigger myself with all that right now.
Yeah.
But there is a lot of grant fuckery prior to that anyway. But
Right.
you know, like
Yeah.
you know, so
But
it's
again, like, also, it's like, yeah, we should be looking into grant fuckery, but it also feels like that's not exactly what's happening. It feels like there's a lot of, you know, we're just gonna take
nuance.
Yeah, right. It feels like there's a lot of like, you know, we don't like this, so we're gonna cut it. And so I don't know if that's how I like it either. I just want I want real experts in the field going in and
I
deciding.
thought Elon
what
was an
makes sense.
expert because space.
Oh.
Listen, I'm gonna say something that's insensitive, perhaps, to some of us who may or may not have certain divergencies
Sure.
or whatever.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
But Elon, I think, suffers from the tism.
He does.
And what I thought was a little interesting that day when he brought one of the children's, maybe they're fucking aliens in, like, you know, I don't know. Like, you know how they talk about porcelain aliens and shit. Whatever. But the kid's name was X, I believe.
Oh, the one,
Bless his
you
heart.
mean when he brought him into the Oval Office?
Yep. You know what?
Oh,
Yep.
my goodness.
Bless his heart.
Yeah.
But the first thing I thought, because you see this micro expression on Trump's face, and I saw it too. I
He
don't care
looked
about what people
so
think the kid may or
annoyed.
may not have said, but here it is. I looked at the kid, and I'm looking at Elon, and I'm looking at Trump, because of, you know, body language. And all I'm seeing is like this autistic poor child. Fuck. We're so fucked. DEI, are you for real?
You know,
Right? No, you.
I felt like he looked really annoyed that the kid was there.
He see, you picking up on what I'm getting at. You saw it, like you know, he was and like I think there was an element of, like, you know, genuineness when he was smiling at the kid, but there was also this, like, kids don't belong here, and they don't, for the most part, depending on the context.
Yeah,
especially
maybe
in
for,
this
like,
context.
well, to, like, meet the president, maybe, like, in those kinds of situations.
Yeah,
but-
we've done that. You know how we roll. But like,
Yeah,
fuck,
like,
dude.
my parents.
Like, if you're gonna parade your kid like that, never mind parading kids. You know how that's used in propaganda. Never mind that part.
Yeah, so, like,
But,
you
like,
know, during
like,
their
really, dude.
during, you know, my mother's career, she's had to do, like, press events and, you know, like, public statements and shit like
Yeah, we have
that.
to prepare for that stuff, and that's a whole. It's a code switch
Right.
into another
There
dimension.
is
But anyway,
no
yeah.
chance in hell she would have brought 5 or 6-year-old me
Yeah,
to
that's
sit in the background.
to me,
when
from my
she-
perspective, I'm
she
like,
was
it's
doing
unacceptable, inappropriate, can't be done. Like, no, it just, and it's not because I personally feel this way. Well, I do, but it's just like, no, this is SOP. You don't. This is just not what's done.
Yes. Yeah. It's
SOP,
like-
baby.
And again, like, some people might see this as sort of like a minor issue, but I think it's more of like a symptom of a wider problem. Is that it's just
Perfect.
it feels like they're not taking things very seriously. It feels like a meme.
The world is looking at certain other directions, and that's a big concern.
It's super concerning.
for me. But anyways, it
Super
is what
concerning.
it is. What do you want me to do?
My hope is that they're thinking to themselves, look, we have to do what we can to get through these next 4 years, and
We're already
Then-
saying that, my brother.
yep,
My
hopefully.
brother.
Yeah, no, but I'm not talking about us. Of course, we're saying that, but
No, I'm speaking for
yeah,
us.
yeah.
You
But,
get
like,
the
you know,
meta
our
meta
allies-
there, okay?
Yeah, I really hope so because
It is. It's true. It's true. It's just remember. It's like, but we all got bills to pay. We got mouths to feed. Ain't nothing in this world's for free.
yeah. Hey, I saw them live actually in a pretty small venue in New York.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah, it was
That's
a
actually pretty
great
cool.
concert. Yeah, went crowd surfing. It was awesome. Back in like
did that once.
2011, maybe,
Oh wow.
with my buddy
Damn.
Pablo.
Damn, you're a youngin.
Yeah, I was in college at the New York Film Academy.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Woo. Time flies.
Yeah. 30s are a thing. One more year, well, less than a year till I can run for president.
Well,
And then that's the last one, right? Until I'm 65.
I mean, you don't. You can still be 89 million years old and be president, but yeah.
No, I mean that's like the last big age milestone until you turn like 65.
Oh yeah, because that
Yeah.
was that was the shock retirement age.
Yeah, exactly.
Thing. Although
Yeah.
things have shifted, but
Mm-hmm.
anyway.
Yeah.
Death and taxes.
Yeah.
Hey, but you know
Oh,
what?
boy.
YOLO. You only live once. One
That is
life.
true.
Don't waste it.
Only one. Have fun with it.
That's a throwback to Dr. Carmack.
Huh.
The one, the only, Dr. Carmack. OG.
I
If you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. That reference is going over my head. I feel like a dumbass.
You need to look into that if you are a tech bruh or a game bruh.
Oh
And then
no!
I will
Oh
let you into my
no!
esoteric secrets of the most
That's
amazing,
embarrassing.
most amazing. Oh, I don't want to reveal my secrets. It's not a secret. It's more about
Oh, from
revealing
Doom.
my true inner feelings.
From Doom.
Another
Okay.
day, we shall walk that path together, and I will show
Okay.
you. I will show
will
you
need
the
to.
way.
Yeah, I'll need to. I never saw the movie. I never saw it.
Also, Violent J.
Violent J.
Violent J.
Okay.
Another day, another time.
Yeah. Oh man. At least this looks like a really good video game year at least. So that'll be nice. It look like there are going to be some good games coming out this year. So at least there's that. Dang, why is my research here taking so long? What's going on? Waiting for materials. Oh, that's why. You ever heard of a game called Oxygen Not Included?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, I'm playing that on stream right now.
That's cool.
Yeah,
Pretty cool.
I have an embarrassing number of hours in this game.
Tell me.
Okay.
You'd be surprised.
626.1 hours.
Noob.
Okay.
It's facts. You're noob. Noob.
Hey,
I told
that's
you. I'm telling you. Oh, I have an embarrassing number of hours. I'm like, you ain't got shit.
Listen.
son.
Listen. That's a decent
Listen,
portion
Linda.
of
No,
life.
you listen, Linda.
Listen, Linda.
Want to talk about
Linda, listen.
hours in games? Oh,
I feel
shit.
like that's a lot. It's nowhere near my number of hours in Kerbal Space Program, but it's still a lot, I feel like.
Okay, like top hours in what's your top?
Kerbal Space Program, including outside of Steam, because I would play with mods and launch from like the mod thing, and it wouldn't track your hours.
All right, well let's start with the Steam number, and then we can go from there.
Okay, so the Steam number. Hang on.
Valve. Hell yeah, that was shit. I got into that. What was that? 09, 2010, some shit.
Steam number is.
Should tell you like right on the page.
Yeah, I'm
I don't
just
know how you're going.
scrolling for it. I'll get there. I'll
Yeah,
get
you're playing
there.
1,000 games in that bitch.
Yeah, I'm looking for the motherfucker. I played it again recently, so it shouldn't be too far down. Why don't I just scroll it in the
Just sort.
Okay.
Filter
Yeah,
sort.
I don't know why I'm doing this stupid.
I do shit like that all the time. I don't see your screen, but I can imagine what you're doing.
Okay.
So I'm just like, I get it.
So
I
on
get
the
it,
in the Steam hour, it's about 1100.
okay.
Realistically, it's somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000, probably around 2,500 at least.
Okay.
But I mean, that's KSP, which is like one of the most addictive games you can ever fucking play.
Have you ever tried Cookie Clicker?
Cookie Clicker?
Yeah, you either know or you don't.
That sounds like an idle game.
I'm just saying, like you're talking about like addicted, like addictive properties of video games. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. So KSP and Oxygen Not Included are two games that both are like ones you start playing and suddenly it's like the middle of the night and you're like, where did the fucking time go?
Is Daniel still here?
Yeah, but he's deafened.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I was like, Daniel knows what Daniel feels me on this one, right, Daniel? Right.
he may
Daniel would be
well.
like, yeah, bruh, I got like
He may
a
very
million
well
hours
feel
of
you on
XYZ.
that one. Yeah.
Probably, maybe, I don't know. Hard to say. It's not no troubles.
Why is the bit rate low? Can I change that here? Set my bit rate too low. You recommend that you use a stream of bit rate of 6800. Can I do that here? It looks fine. Looks fine to me. Looks like it's coming through fine. What are you talking about, YouTube Studio? You making shit up? And now it's back to excellent. You're lying? Are you lying to me right now? Okay. I don't know why it was bitching at me. It was wrong. It was lying.
It does that. I feel you. I've been in the studio. I mean, it's usually alright. Sometimes be fucking with you.
Well, I started this, so, before my stream quality was kind of atrocious. The frames per second were really, really low. And, like, it would keep cutting out and shit. And so I started using my MacBook Pro, like my laptop, to do the actual streaming, and then my PC to play the game. So like I route my camera, I use a capture card to route the feed from my PC, and then I use this really cool tool called VBand to over LAN send the microphone from the PC over to my laptop. Yeah. And since I've done that, like, the quality of my stream has been perfect.
I'm gonna say your audio has been coming through crystal clear, because Candy was having a hard time kind of, and there's a variety of reasons why that might have been the case, but your audio was crystal clear, and I was like, God damn it, noise suppression, cancellation, software and hardware base times 10.
Yeah, well, I'm using, and then
Discord idiocy and RTC, and I'm just like, oh my god, I fucking hate this application sometimes, I really do.
So I'm using a Yeti Blue mic as well, and I have an audio mixer called Voice Meter. I don't know if you've heard of that.
Yeah.
So yeah, and so I'm using that. So it's sending the audio to both my headphones and the computer at the same time. It was really fun learning all this stuff to do it. And, God, it was way easier to learn all of it now that I'm on my Vyvanse.
That's cool.
Yeah. Which has been like Everything is night and day for me now.
Yeah, I follow you. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
That's cool.
because
That's good.
I just started like a few weeks ago, and like it's
Great.
it's like easy to focus on things. My brain isn't
That sounds like
constantly
a good. That's a success story if I ever heard one.
yeah. I mean, like my brain isn't constantly like do something else, do something else, do something else, do something else, and it's just it's like it's clear. Like there isn't a million thoughts and stuff going through my head all of the time that I can't like organize.
Yeah.
So I've been like, I've been talking to Josh about sort of my quote unquote journey with that, and it's been cool talking to him about it as well. Yeah. It's good experience.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always good to get different perspectives with those sort of situations.
Yeah. I was so when I was a kid, I was on Ritalin and then Concerta, and I was like one of the early prescriptions of Concerta, like when it was just coming out.
I remember when it came out. Yeah.
Yeah, in like in the 90s, like the mid to late 90s, I think. And that worked decently well for me, and then puberty hit, and it was just like we couldn't figure out the right dosage, and then I stopped for a really, really long time, and now I'm finally back on, and I was like, yeah, I want to try Vyvanse because I hear like, you get the focus without like the high, and so yeah, it's been, I started on 30 milligrams, and like the first couple days that was good, but then it didn't quite feel like it was working so much anymore. And now I'm up to 50, and I feel like 50 is my sweet spot, at least for right now.
So, I mean, how was, I think, and I'm sometimes, I step away from for a while, because I have to focus on work stuff and other things. But if I recall correctly, I think, whoever you had seen about it, wanted you to get like blood tests and like,
Yeah.
and like some other things. So I don't know. Walk me through what happened, because it's kind of an interesting discussion within the medical community and APA with respect to testing for the condition.
Well, the blood tests were more like, check my liver.
No, those are usually. I understand this. Like, so
Yeah.
you want to check your liver, and there's particular. Yeah, I'm aware of all that, but I guess what I'm saying is, if I could compare it to its sister, disorder, autism,
Sure.
ASD, and so which has a huge comorbidity factor. In fact, I think it's something on the order of 60 to 70% of autism has ADHD as well, whereas
Sure.
it's not the same on the opposite side. But at any rate.
Yeah, like I don't think I'm.
If you look at the autistic, what is it? The autistic quotient test? I forget the name of it off the top of my head. There's like this little test or I say little test because I don't know. I'm not a part of that group. I'm not exactly sure, but I believe there's the quotient test for that as one measure. Although it's best that it be diagnosed, as early as
So
possible.
I haven't like
I
taken
think you're aware of
any-
all this, right?
Yeah, I haven't like taken any of the tests like for autism, if there are any, like, and we haven't really looked into
No.
that.
I didn't mean. I'm sorry. I should have finished. I didn't mean like you should take. I meant like there isn't really necessarily an equivalent in DSM-5 ADHD for ADHD.
Right.
There isn't like there isn't one standardized test or
Sure.
even approved.
Sure.
Like written. It's an interesting discussion, like like in the
Yeah.
medical
Let
community.
me,
I don't mean
let
like
me
people's
kinda tell
opinion, like you and I's
for sure,
opinions.
For sure. Let me tell you about the stuff that I did. So there was the blood tests were mostly like just like we talked about, making sure that like my you know, my
Liver,
vitals and like all
cholesterol.
the regular shit was good, and you know that wasn't going to cause any problems. And also, like, since I started taking the Vyvanse, my blood pressure is a little high, which is kind of expected. You know, I'll be monitoring
that's
that and
fine.
hoping that it
They monitor that.
adjusts.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
get that. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, but then we had a test where this isn't like supposed to diagnose anything, but basically what it did was like there was like a series of shapes that were different colors, and every time
Oh, okay. I see.
yeah, every time the shape and color was the same as the one before, I clicked the button, right? It was about 20 minutes long, and it used the camera to like track my movement and stuff like that to see like if I was like getting distracted or any of that kind of stuff. It's not specifically a diagnostic tool, right? But it
No, I know
helps.
it. No, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about,
Yeah.
and you're right on the money on with that. So you did that one. Anything else?
That was well, and then you know just talking with the psychiatrist.
Right, and
yeah.
yeah, going through your history and all that.
Yeah, exactly.
So so the way I like to kind of approach some of these things sometimes is like, hey, I don't know, I'm just a lay person, whatever that may mean to anybody, but as in I'm just a regular person who doesn't know anything about these sort of things, right? So if I were to ask like, so what did you know, if I were in your shoes, what would that doctor have said to me about that test, for example, and be like, well, what is this test for? Like, how does it work? Like, why are we doing that? Like, when you're timing it and you're looking, I mean, and you and I realize the purpose of it, but I guess what I'm trying to say is like, what did they explain to you, or did you just kind of go with the flow? And
I mean, I went with the flow, but also like it was, you know, she specifically said this is not a diagnostic test. But what it does do is, like, let's say at some point they're checking to see, like, you know, if you qualify for the medication or whatever it may be. This is like a piece of evidence that we can add to sort of the pie.
yes, absolutely. Okay,
Yeah.
all right, cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what. And this wasn't like me assuming that your provider was saying one thing or the other.
Right.
I just sometimes the way I like to think about things is like, hey, from the lay person's perspective, which I make assumptions that they know nothing because I don't like setting expectations for what people may or may not know. Does that make sense? It's just my weird way of thinking about
I
things.
do exactly the same thing. I'm 100% with you on that.
And then just like, okay, so like, all right, I'm here, like, and like, I'm just a dumbass.
Yeah, I always
literally,
assume people don't know, and I explain from a perspective that people don't know, because I know some people don't, like, they feel embarrassed to, like, say if they don't know something or whatever, and, you know,
exactly.
I want to avoid that for a person.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, and like just a side note there, it's also like for me, like I even reflect on that. I'm like, man, my speech be trash right now. It's like, yeah, I'm stressed and all this other stuff. And like, I know what you're referring to. I don't know the fucking name of it at the moment, but like it's in my mind's eye, if that makes sense.
I have no idea what it's called. If you ask me, I have no idea.
Yeah,
I'd say
exactly.
It's the shapes and colors test.
It's like,
yeah.
trust me, I've read about it a goddamn million times.
I'd literally just be like, it's that shapes and colors test, man.
And when you said that, I was like, got it. I was like, blah, bingo. I gotta work on my communication skills, like, outside of work. Jesus Christ.
That's okay. Like,
yeah, but it gets tricky because
but like like also there are things that we are better effective communicators at than other things, right? And that's normal. You there? Did I lose you?
Oh yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, nothing.
If I just get suddenly quiet, it's because there's just a ton of stuff in my room right now. It's just a bunch of. It's just kind of a decompression thing.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Decompression for me means calming the mind of all the chatter from everybody from Elon's to the news to other personal things, you know, and so on and so forth, etc., etc.
Yeah. So yeah, one of the things I've noticed is that I'm definitely like emotionally at more of a baseline most of the time, rather than sort of like the up and down
So,
emotional
this type of
dysregulation.
medications really help a lot with emotional regulation.
Yeah.
And
It's
I know,
noticeable.
you know, for a lot of people, I feel like, and I do this unintentionally, or I don't know. A lot of times when I speak, sometimes I'm not like speaking to you or at you, but like it's more kind of like I'm speaking to, you know, the peanut gallery or the audience.
Sure.
It's not that sort of thing. And yeah, it's emotional. It does assist, and again, I'm just speaking just off the top of my mind. I don't, you know me, I don't like talking about this stuff unless I'm very precise with it, because it gets very, you know, people just run with old stigmas about these types of, you know, disorders, and it gets tricky.
Yeah.
Which at the end of the day means that, you know, the government gets more draconian about it, and then get fucked.
Yeah.
Sorry.
100%.
But yeah, it really does. And you know, again, articles in science papers for days, one wants, but
Yeah.
it really does. It's you know, again, for people who have diagnosis. Fucking Christ, I can't even say that.
It's all
'Cause
right.
God forbid you're not diagnosed. Woo! It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, it was
I don't
was
wanna speak
definitely
about other people or
validating.
anecdotes, so.
It was definitely validating to get re-diagnosed.
Yeah.
That was
Because
nice.
it's kind of an identity thing, you know, sometimes, you know, just
Yeah.
like, have I always been this way, or what the fuck, am I just crazy, or what?
Yeah,
Or, like,
yeah,
you
that's
know,
the
you gotta
thing,
get
is
a
it's
baseline
like,
thing.
yeah, God forbid, like, it turns out that they're like, no, actually, you don't have ADHD, and then I'm like, now what the fuck
Yeah, you
is
just
wrong
got
with
Swiss
me,
cheese for a
right?
brain, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
like
fuck.
that'd be like, oh, so I'm actually just fucking retarded then. Okay, great.
Exactly. Baba bingo. We're like, no, I'm just for retard. I'm
Yeah.
literally retarded. No, not like, you know, no, not like figuratively. No, literally.
Right.
That's not an appropriate word for these time and ages, as we know.
Yeah. So yeah, that was just, you know, that was super validating, because, you know, the first time I got diagnosed was like the 90s, right? 97, 98.
And
so,
I, you know, you remember when I told you about that? I'm like, yeah, well, in that time, there was a lot of stuff going on, you know.
yeah.
And that's
And there
not
was
not a knock
we've
towards your
learned
providers
so
at that
much
time
about
or any of that.
ADHD, and we've just, well, no, they just didn't know, right? Like, we've learned so much
Well,
about ADHD since then.
yeah. Generally speaking, yes, you're correct. However, those stigmas hold strong. They stay strong.
Yep.
And it gets even more complicated, and this is just me personally speaking, when I see stuff, you know, like you know, college kids like, oh yeah, no, you know, like, we just get it, like, and I'm like, yes.
Yeah.
Like, look, I don't really give a fuck. I don't really give a fuck at the end of the day. It's like, hey, you know what? You want to make everything like legal? I don't give a shit. I'm living my own life. I'm trying to anyway. But every time that happens, and then you know, it gets duplicated across all mediums, I just can't help but think to myself, and I'm like, yeah. Anyways, so the HHS, DEA, and the manufacturers, they all get together every year and set a quota. And this is you know, this is coming from a risk management perspective, which is very valid. But the more that people are like, yeah, just do this stuff, and one person makes there's an unfortunate incident with somebody, and then we got to look at safety again, which
Yeah.
means ultimately comes down to, you know, we got to reevaluate if this is appropriate, and when it's appropriate, and for who.
Yep.
Which, you know, in our
Well-
downstream, in our medical, you know, in our
And then, of
healthcare
course, there's
system,
also,
makes it really
like,
messy.
There's the issue of, like, you know, over prescriptions causing shortages for people who actually
Yes,
need it.
there you go. I mean, the telehealth thing fucking wrecked that shit so bad
Yeah.
2 years ago that, I mean, and just like, you know, and I don't, you know, again, you know me, I'm not debate bruh, nothing. I'm like, look, it's just like, I'm telling you just what I know. I'm not saying one thing or the
Right.
other. I just know
Like,
that,
I'm glad there's
it's like,
telehealth because
call
for
13
me that's
pharmacies
easier.
every month.
But like, yeah, it's like the over prescribing of it is kind of crazy. Like when I went,
And then there's
you know,
cops who have been selling it, and then there's
Yeah.
a lot of other shit, that you don't hear, and it's just all what I do know is that stuff does, at the end of the day, that that's all tracked and reported, and then they all sit down and they got to talk about it,
yeah,
and you could understand their perspective too. But it's like, well, it's kind of like opiates. There are people who are
Yeah.
in severe pain.
Mm.
However, and you get the gist.
So like when
Stuff.
I went to like a GP, right, in like to just like get
General
tested
practitioner.
and then get a referral to
Yep.
for a psychiatrist.
You did it. Josh told me about pretty much about like we'll call it
Yeah.
the journey
Yeah.
of healthcare.
But it was
And,
interesting because when
what I told
went,
him was,
yeah,
I was like, you know what? I was like, I'm glad that I was like, because I'm also thinking from my perspective. I'm like, man, yeah, that's just annoying as piss because it takes forever and you have to go through all this stuff. But it's preventive and it's there's.
Yeah,
and
I
I was
was
glad
okay.
to
I
hear
was
when he was
totally
explaining
okay
it to
with
me.
that. Yeah.
Which he don't know shit about shit because he's in Aussie world, it's a whole different ballgame over there.
Yeah.
And that's not a negative or a positive statement. It's just
It's just totally different
the
medical
process
system.
is
Yeah.
different. Exactly.
Yeah.
And so when he told me all that, I'm like, this is actually a positive thing from the perspective of just safety and
Exactly.
regulatory
That's how I saw it.
sound.
I was like,
and
I wanna make sure I do
hearing
this
that the
the right way.
doctor is actually making sure that you don't have, because we did things in the past that could complicate stuff, and
Yeah.
we're not always the most healthy at times, and it's a big deal. It really is.
Well, when I went,
just,
it's
you
interesting
gotta balance it.
because when I went to the GP, I was like, yeah, I'm going on this journey, right? Because I want to go through all these steps to like, get re-diagnosed and get re-prescribed and all of that.
Right.
And he was like, oh, do you want me to just write you a prescription? And I was like, no,
Yeah.
that's not at all what I want.
And so you see, now you're validating what I'm just like, please, if everybody could just, and that does happen, and
Yeah.
and I'm not even saying that's a bad thing per se. It's all contextual, right?
Right.
It just
I was like,
it just
yeah,
really
so I was
depends.
like,
But when I'm
nope.
speaking generally, it's like, yeah, some parts of the country or time, day, right guy, right place, whatever. You can just walk into a GP or a physician assistant, or there's a couple other categories where they can do that as well. And it's like, what the fuck? Okay.
And if I hadn't done
know,
that
and then-
either, the thing is, like, if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have found out about like my high cholesterol. I wouldn't have like found out about
Exactly.
these
There you
other
go.
issues that are really important. And I've like changed my diet. I've started working out and stuff since then. Like, all of these things happened because I decided, okay, I'm going to do this the right way.
I told Josh the other day, and you gotta remember, like, stress and all that stuff really fucks with your memory and speech, and that's a subject for another day. But I had told Josh, I said, I was like, he looks a lot better, and that's not a knock at you previously or any of that,
Sure.
because like, I don't really pay attention. I don't look at the screen too much, but I can remember from a couple of years ago, and then like I remember seeing maybe you on stream before you gotten that all figured out. And I just remember thinking, I'm like, man, looking a little rough though. And I get it, like, trust me, like, I look like shit right now. And
Yeah, I mean, I'm also
somebody's
like,
kicked me in the face.
I'm grooming my
tired.
beard a little bit more. I'm shaving my head now, right? Like I'm
Yeah.
just doing those extra steps to take a
And
little bit of better care of
like, it
myself.
really
Yeah.
brightens up the day. It does.
Yeah.
And I know that was like a lame.
It just makes me feel more
throwaway
confident.
statement.
And that, I think, is one of the
Exactly. There
big
you go.
things, is that confidence is showing through, and I think that's part of what
And
you're
you're
seeing.
picking up on what I'm saying here, which is not a negative thing. It's just
Nah.
like, you see it in people, like you see when people
Yeah.
are, not
Happier.
just are dragged down,
Yeah.
and there's a variety of reasons. We don't have to go all into it. It
No,
just,
sure.
we get into these maladaptive behaviors and all that stuff.
Right.
And then the next thing you know, you're like, oh shit.
Yeah. 100%.
And then you haven't seen the doctor in a while, and so you got preventive care. It's just, you
Yeah.
can't
Well,
stress
like,
it
I
enough.
feel, I feel better. I feel better because I'm just making
You look,
better
and like I said, you look
choices.
better.
And
you
that,
look
thank
so
you.
much
I
better. Like you
appreciate
don't
that.
look like I do, where I'm like, you know, you're like, oh, which
Well,
is
you
an
know, like,
exaggeration, of course.
I was like, you know, I was smoking a lot more weed. I was doing a lot more drugs, and like I've cut that stuff. I've cut certain things completely out, right? And like I'm
Just
smoking.
getting on a schedule and just sticking to the
Yeah.
schedule, the routine, you know.
Yeah.
Because and then it really just helps with so many other things. You find that you're not waking baking and shit. Because
Yeah.
we can
Oh
sit there and
man,
be like,
wake
ah,
and
no
bake
big deal.
is.
But like, then you
Wake
find
and
yourself with
baking
your
is just,
ADD doing a bunch
Yeah.
of shit, and then you're like, where did the day go?
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, there's definitely a difference.
Emotional regulation, very key. It's very
Yeah.
helpful. Helps with impulse control and a lot of other things.
Oh, yeah.
Again, causal, not shit. I fucked it up. Correlates, not
Yeah.
causal.
But like, you know, like the thing is like I was always aware of those things and I like knew that they were symptoms. But I
I
just
feel
never
you.
really
You
Right,
never
I
did
never-
it, and
yeah.
I'm in this. I get it.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, I know, and then it's the next day, and then it's the next day.
Yep.
It's kind of like the conveyor. It's a conveyor belt.
Yeah. But I'm just, you know, I'm
So.
so happy that I made those choices and like that I really feel the difference and like Steele
And I
has
mean, I
commented
noticed you're not
to
as
me.
reactive to, you know, dipshit, you know, triggering things from
Yeah.
our fun friends across the pond and, you know, all
Yeah.
that stuff.
But like, you know, like when I like this week, you know, Steele and I were working on our business plan and
Yeah.
and he was commenting it's like it's total difference. I was able to
Yeah,
work
Steele
through-
and I talk about it like briefly sometimes, and I'm like, you know, you've been an angel. Is it Victoria? Or I can't do a stupid accent, right? It's fucking goddamn Swedes and their googly goggly language. I'm just joking around, but yeah, he's you know, he's a good mentor,
Yeah. So
But you can't be fucking around. He's gonna get on your ass. You know that. You know
I'm not
what's up.
fucking around. Like, and I went for, you know, I was working for hours, you know, without a break.
I noticed.
And I didn't even get distracted.
Because you weren't online.
At all. Yeah.
You weren't responding to stuff, and I'm like, well, I mean, you could be doing a whole bunch of other things, or I'm gonna I have faith in Steele because, you know, there's just this thing you can pick up on people, and I'm like, no, Steele's got him working, and that's a good thing because
Yeah.
he helped you get on track and stay on schedule. You know, you know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But like, you know, I was even I've been like doing work on things. Like the other day, like he was late to get on the phone and I just started working on my own without him there.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No troubles.
So it's good.
He would have let you know if that was a problem, or you would have been able to sense that if it was. You know, you knew what to do, and you did it.
Well, one of the
You know?
things we've talked about too is that our strengths complement each other pretty well. And so, you know, we sort of fill in for each other
Synergy.
where we excel. Yeah. And, you know, like where I'm weak, he's good. Where he's weak, I'm good. And now that I'm like super focused, we're getting a lot of shit done.
That's good. That's
Yeah.
good to hear.
Speaking of which, I was supposed to talk
It
to
really,
him this
it
morning.
really does help. Like, it really helps. You know.
Yeah, I was supposed to talk to him this morning. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. He hasn't gotten back to me.
He's busy, man. You know that.
I know.
He got shit to
well,
do.
I know, but like, there's important shit this week, and so I wanted
Yeah.
to touch base with him before some shit that starts tomorrow.
Deadlines.
Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Let me see if he's. No, he's still offline.
I mean, I don't want to say it. I've already said too much live streaming,
Sure.
so I'm not going to speak too much more. But I could offer another way.
I could hit him up on WhatsApp.
Subway
actually.
sandwiches. Subway sandwiches. Okay. Oh, and remember, time zones.
Yeah, I know. Hey, Sleepy Joe! Welcome, buddy. We were talking Ukraine earlier. We were talking Doge, and we were talking about my journey for getting treated for ADHD and how it's like really improving everything for me. Just a quick catch up.
Oh, you're talking to somebody on your stream. Got it.
Yeah, to chat. Yeah. Sleepy Joe, good dude. So yeah, I'll probably, as soon as I get off the stream, I'll shoot him a text on WhatsApp, because he has said that sometimes notifications don't go through from Discord. And I really wanted to do this thing before the thing that's tomorrow. Because it's important. Yeah. Anyway. What's going on with you, Sleepy Joe? What have you been paying attention to? Anything you want to talk about?
Winter Wonderland.
You got business deals going on. Yes, sir. Irons in the fire.
Always business.
One of these days I'll be able to talk about it. But not for now, obviously. Thank you for the applause, sir. For now, in this moment, my business is managing this colony. Right here. Making sure my dupes are doing well and thriving. Mostly just editing videos, listening in the background. Oh, nice. What kind of editing do you do? Run ads for restaurants, editing some short form content at the moment. That's cool, man. Awesome. I could never edit. I always found it so difficult. I don't know, maybe now that I'm, I have my ADHD medicated, maybe it's something I'd be able to do now, but I always felt before like I did not have the patience to sit there and edit videos. Like I just could not stay focused. But now, I don't know. Now I might be able to, I think. And I do a lot of work in the film industry, so maybe it's something I should try to start doing. Another thing is, like, at some point I either need to start editing my streams into YouTube videos or hiring an editor to edit my streams into YouTube videos. Because some of these conversations are really, really interesting and really useful and insightful. And I think they'd make for decent YouTube videos. So I don't just have a shit ton of, like, lives live VODs building up there, and I actually have like some decent content with like good thumbnails and shit like that. Really start, grinding that YouTube streamer game. Let's see, I wanna get these zombie spores going up in here, but like fucking with zombie spores is so risky. Like building the facility that's gonna send these over here is super scary. I'll have to make like a decontamination unit like right outside to stop it from getting loose and infecting everybody. Let's see where there's some zombie spores. Not too hard to edit once you have basic structure, especially with template apps like CapCut and AI. Huh. Interesting. But like, how will they know like where to? Like, how does it know where it needs to be pulling from? Right. I feel like that's where I'd have like some concern. Like, is it really effective? Does it really find the best shit? Should I like go through and like watch it once it throws together some shit? I don't know. I've never used like CapCut or anything like that before, so I don't really know how it works exactly. It's definitely oversight you need to do. It just helps with a lot of boring tasks. Interesting. I'll probably look into it because it's like getting to a point where it's like, all right, I need to step up my game on that if I want to start like getting more followers, getting more views. Like I was up to 47 followers, now I'm down to 43, and I'm pretty sure bots are just getting purged. So like there was a number of my followers that were just bots, and I knew that, but also I'm really trying to get that number up there. So getting videos on YouTube with a good thumbnail, good SEO, that's actually going to give me like real engagement, play with the algorithm. That's pretty important. Yeah, it's just constantly trying things and seeing what sticks. Yep. I gotta do some more of that. But I've had like decent amount of steady growth when I was sort of like talking to people, getting people to come and watch it. I should probably do some more of that. And then definitely taking some of these conversations and editing them into stuff that people can watch like on YouTube after the fact, and properly doing the SEO. I think that'll make definitely a big difference. And then the thumbnails, and then I'll have to like figure out how to do like a good thumbnail and like do the research on that as well. So yeah, I'll go down that road. At least I'm doing like the consistent streaming on same days, same times. Apparently that's super important, so I'm doing that. And now it's interesting because a lot of the time my stream will start right about the time when like Tiny's stream ends, which means like I can jump over there and like the people who are in his community that come and watch me, I can be like, hey guys, like I'm about to go live. Why don't you come on over when he finishes up? And then that's useful to have. Canva's good for thumbnails. Just pick a template, switch the images and text. Okay, sweet. Here. Actually, let me write some of this down. Sweet. Just until I can afford my own August. Because, like, my streams are, like, about 4 hours long now. That's a lot of shit to watch and edit. So, yeah, having something that'll help me with that is key for sure. So you've been paying attention to the news at all, Sleepy? Or you've been mostly tuned in on work?
Oh, sorry, Trin. Were you talking to me or somebody else?
I was talking to Sleepy in chat.
Oh, okay, just double check.
Yeah. No worries. Trump giving us 5K checks. Let's go. Do we really? Is that really gonna happen though? Like 5K checks?
Use that noggin of yours. Think about it. Why?
Probably not. Yeah. Here's what to know.
This has been long before they came in.
Yeah.
They're already resource constrained as it is.
Right.
And
Like the whole idea of this is to
becomes
like,
difficult.
yeah. Because like I was talking
by
like,
act of the gods. I mean.
yeah, like where's that money gonna come from, and B, like a lot of the cuts, like it's not like it's creating money that's now free.
You know what you do? Print money.
Yeah, exactly.
Print money.
Yeah. So
By the way,
he says
they put that
probably
comment.
Sleepy Joe says probably not, but it's funny.
Yeah, hey, I'm doing a J rig there. Yeah, print
Yeah.
money.
Yeah, Joe.
anyway,
Reg.
I mean, you never know, but look, I don't, like, as a coin collector and collector of many antiques and different types of monies, give monies, please, and all
Yeah.
kinds of things like that.
Money,
I'll
please.
just say, money, give monies, please. Give.
So this is
probably
a
not.
yeah, probably not. This is a publication called Mass Live. Never heard of them before. So take this article with a grain of salt, one way or another. But I'm going to go ahead and
Well,
read
I
it.
haven't even heard what Daniel had mentioned about this. Whatever this 5,000. There are a lot of scams.
Yeah, I didn't even hear about
but
that until
we can start
today
with that.
either.
Just give me the the quick gist. Like who's saying what now about 5,000? What?
So here's the article. Could you end up getting a rebate check from Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency? The tech billionaire said he's going to check with President Donald Trump about it. Musk's
Okay,
comments.
full stop.
Yeah,
Over.
we already
No more
don't.
needs to be
Yeah.
read. We'll wait later, and we'll wait to hear more later or never, because right then and there, that paragraph that you just read says
It
it all.
means we
Elon needs to go check because Elon can't do anything.
Because of
Elon's
course Elon
unemployed.
can't do anything. Yeah, but there were
So-
some interesting other things in here. Let's see. Social media feedback models a scenario where Doge achieves its target of $2 trillion in savings, takes $400 billion of that total and sends it back to 79 million U.S. households in the form of $5,000 checks.
Who is saying that? Is that an opinion of the article writer or of the author, or who? Is that a quote?
No, Musk's comments came in response to a post on X by James Fishback, an investor, CEO, and co-founder of Azoria Partners.
Of what company is he a co-founder of?
Of Azoria Partners, who floated the idea of it's just some dude.
No, that's
talking
okay. That's
on-
okay.
yeah.
Sometimes, but I always follow the money. Like who said that now?
Yeah.
Which asshole again?
Yeah.
Oh, they're all in it together. Whoops.
Okay, so in a reply
Good
to
joke.
that tweet, Musk said he'll check with the president. I mean, like, that's even less than we thought it was at the beginning of this
nothing
article.
Nothing burger.
Yeah.
That's
big
just like,
questions.
oh, I might get money. No, you got scammed again.
Yeah.
As in all of us. So no, it's a nothing burger. Don't worry about that. That's just a
So
bunch of
far,
bullshit.
Doge has claimed that it saved $55 billion in federal spending, which is interesting because I've seen Elon say $100 million, but its website accounts only for only $16.6 billion of that, according to Bloomberg.
Don't care about what Bloomberg has to say, and I have important reasons for that. I used to, but things have changed. We'll get back to that another day. But yeah, that's good enough for now, though. Bloomberg says.
Well, they're just saying that what they claim to be $55 billion is only accounting for $16.6 billion. That's Bloomberg News, the organization.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. One cancellation of a contract identified by Doge to be worth $8 billion was in fact only worth $8 million, according to CBS.
That's easily verifiable with our current systems. I looked at it, so yeah.
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
Almost
like, off the top
all
my
of this
head,
shit.
obviously.
Almost all of this shit is public. Like, we could go look it up if we
Yeah,
wanted
there
to
you
right
go.
now.
This is
Yeah.
all public information anyway.
Yeah.
Like, so this can be easily. It's just the time. It's just a disproportionate amount of time to go look into things.
Exactly.
And there's a lot of people that can go and do that.
You know, I'm doing
I am
long
just chilling.
streams. I should start doing some of this shit and, like, looking shit up. Like, actually going there and doing more of that. I should probably start doing some of
Do you know about EAR, export regulations? Export
that.
control?
No?
Alright. We talk later. It has to do with submarine sandwiches and stuff, you know?
Governments control exports of goods and technologies from the states. Bureau of Industry and Security of the U.S. Department of Commerce enforces the EAR.
There's a lot more to it. I'm being like extremely cryptic because I think it's funny and also I don't want to get into it too much, but it's one of many components that are like helpful to know.
Okay.
And that's not a jab at you. I couldn't even tell you off the top of my head because it's, you know.
Dude, it's never a jab to learn about something new. Like, if I don't know about something, I just don't know about something, right? Until I do.
I have a list of places in terms of certain industries and sectors that.
And I'm
Because
sure I've
and
heard
I'm
of
the
some
same
of them,
way.
and I'm
like,
sure I
it's
haven't
like,
heard of other ones, right? Like,
yeah, exactly. And I'm the
Yeah.
same way. It's just like, oh shit, I've been doing what for how long?
right,
And there's
exactly.
this.
But also, like, your life has a more direct, I think, interaction with a lot of these topics than mine does at this point.
And I
so-
appreciate you saying that
Yeah.
because you're reading me between the lines here, which I really
Mhm.
appreciate because I have a hard time just like I'm like I should not be saying anything about this stuff because of
Sure.
a lot of reasons, as you know.
Yeah.
So we keep it chilling.
Right. Mus 53 is an ally of Trump and was chosen by the president to help him. Yeah, we know that. Blah, 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 blah. In an affidavit filed in federal court on Tuesday, however, a White House official
Yeah, that can look
clarified...
up quickly.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Keep
A
going.
White House official clarified that Musk is not the administrator of Doge, according to ABC News. Right. I heard about this earlier, that a judge is really pissed off
Not
because...
just one, many. Yeah.
Well, on that particular thing, because
Yeah.
apparently in court they were told that they were the administrator.
And
that he
this
was
is
the
why
administrator.
legal is so ever important. And I'm no lawyer.
No, neither am I. But,
You know. Yeah.
I can read what
don't know
lawyers
nothing,
say
but,
at
like,
least,
holy
and I can do my best with that.
Let's start with contract law. Is it common law or is it the UCC?
Oh,
Or-
man.
Yeah, and it gets
Man.
it goes through. Hey, I don't know nothing about nothing. I'm just saying, like contracts are king.
Yeah. The idea of
Signing
federal
notes,
government
that's a
sending out
contract.
checks to the American public is not a new one. During Trump's first administration, stimulus checks were sent to Americans during the COVID-19 pandemic. Yes, but that was not them cutting budgets and finding money and sending that. That was them passing a massive stimulus package that included checks to Americans as part of it. So that's like, it's not the same thing. Yeah, same thing happened under former President Joe Biden, whose administration sent out checks as part of the American Rescue Plan Act. Exactly. Okay, and that's the end of that article. Interesting.
It's good to and I don't mind like you had said at the get go. Like I don't know this news group, and like I don't mind that stuff because I look at it kind of like
Seems
what I
pretty
once
reasonable.
said 20
Seems
years
pretty
ago in a
Yeah.
legal course, which was when nobody rose their hand, I said, you know what I do? Wikipedia in its very early days, and I still think this is true. It's good to just get look over it, and like get the gist of and then you can go and then
Go to the
drill
sources.
into the primary source.
Go to
But
those
if
sources.
I start talking about I don't know, some very technical subject area or whatever it may be,
Sure.
and you gotta kind of
Hey, if you know how
familiarize
to
yourself
use
with terminology, the
Wikipedia,
lexicon.
yeah, if you know how to use Wikipedia, it's an awesome tool.
It's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, it in itself has its problems too. But it's a good.
Sure.
I look at it this
Well,
way, like from
it
an
also
academic
depends on,
perspective. You
like-
don't ever list Wikipedia as your fucking source, ever, ever, ever.
Look, if you
No.
want to be sneaky about it, you list the sources on Wikipedia.
Well, you then look at their sources, and then you
Right.
can go evaluate things from there.
Right, exactly.
And
but
you
don't
will notice
cite
that in Wikipedia, certain articles on certain subjects, and it also depends on your geolocation, will reference the same literal circular referencing goes on a lot. And even though they put the disclaimers, like problems with sources and things, there's always issues with things, but it's just a great place to you can just start to like get a general sense of what what direction to go with something, when
Right.
you're trying to figure out or get into a subject, whether it be for fun or for professional reasons. It doesn't matter the reason. Just
Right.
getting diving into something can be tough. Just doing a cold search on Google or wherever,
100%.
or whatever browser or medium you use.
Right.
So I think Wikipedia is great for that, for that specific reason. And I use it a lot, and I don't go and check things, but that depends on the context of what I'm discussing.
It also
or
depends on the
what the
subject.
objective is.
Like certain
exactly.
certain subjects, if you go onto Wikipedia, like you can almost guarantee people are fucking with them, right?
Yeah.
And then there's other topics where
No,
it's
but I
like,
mean, if we're just
okay,
like talking about, like, I don't know, dragons. Okay,
sure.
dragons. Dragons are awesome, are they not?
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Like-
feel like you're on the same page here.
Like
You know,
like Komodo
dragons?
dragons?
Like magical dragons? Fucking dragons, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I know you guys
Dragons are cool.
remember
Dragons are
science.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking beast, right? I
You
wish
know,
they were
you
real.
know,
That
you
would
know
be
the
dope. Now there's Komodo dragons, but we're not going to get into all that.
But you know, I mean, I'm sure you do, but if not, I'll explain it. But you know where they think it's likely that the myth of dragons came from, right?
Mm-hmm. I sure do. But
Then
tell me. But do tell.
My understanding. So if I'm wrong about this, feel free to correct me.
No, I could be totally wrong too. Like
Yeah.
I might be thinking. I might
There
be
might be
thinking. I know
multiple
what you're talking
reasons,
about.
right?
Pretty goddamn sure.
But
But I
my
could be wrong.
understanding was that it was like a long ass time ago. They would stumble across like dinosaur bones, and they didn't know what they were.
Yep,
And
you're right.
so, yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I got a trigger warning. Discovery Channel.
Uh-oh.
And Animal
Why?
Planet. What did
What
you
did
do
they-
this to me?
What do they say?
It started with once upon a time, and actually it started with and it was the amazing Sir Patrick Stewart, which is fine.
I love him so much.
Narrated this, and it started with, and this was the beginning. This was the beginning of the end.
Patrick Stewart narrated it,
Nature
then I'm
documentaries
happy
and
to
ideas
accept
of
that
the
I'm wrong
90s.
about it anyway.
No, I'm not telling you you're wrong about anything. I was just about to launch
I know,
into a
but
long
Patrick Stewart
story about
wins.
the evolution of television. Oh, fucking Christ. Submarine. The goddamn mermaid thing, which was actually not bad, but they just got worse and worse, and I'm like,
Do you know what? And I
who's
feel
lying to
stupid
the
about
public
this.
now?
I feel stupid about this because I only just found out about this today, and you're gonna be like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you only just found out about this today."
No, it's cool. It's cool, dude. Like, there's stuff all the time where I'm like, look,
No, but this is a
I
topic
don't know
that.
about this thing that everybody else knows
No,
about.
no.
I
It's not
can't
that.
explain it.
It's not that everybody else knows. It's that it's the type of thing that you and I will talk about a lot. So you would expect me to know about this. I just learned
I
today
get you.
about the DARPA manta ray.
Oh,
Yeah,
Kudos.
I
Very nice,
completely
very
didn't
nice.
know about it, which is wild because like that's normally the type of thing I would know about.
I
That
know.
thing is
I
dope.
get it.
That thing is dope.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's super cool looking. So yeah, that was fun. Watched some YouTube videos. Pretty cool looking. Man, DARPA's the coolest. I wonder.
Never heard of
I'm always wondering about the things that they're working on that like none of us have any idea about, right? Because that's gonna be the coolest shit.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, I don't know. You might know some of that stuff. I'm not gonna expect you to talk about it, obviously. That would be crazy. But it's just something that I think about, right? Because, like, you know, one thing I've always kind of heard and sort of used as a rule of thumb is, like, you know, we look at the technology that we have in, like, the private sector and, you know, what's being worked on in, like, government-related projects and stuff like that, you know, with groups like DARPA or Lockheed or Northrop or what have you. The technology is supposed to be like some 10 to 20 years ahead of what we see in like the public sector.
Bad. Not bad. Not bad.
And so I mean, like that's at least definitely what it was like 20 years ago, right? You never know how that might shift over time, but yeah. So, like, you know, and then that's where it stops, because at that point it's just, you know, my imagination beyond that. But yeah, it's interesting to think about. I can't wait to see as like things come out. You know, obviously we got the Raider recently. That's fucking awesome. And I just can't wait to, you know, see as development continues on the NGAD. That's gonna be so cool.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you saw, and of course I'm sure, I know you saw the little drone wingmen for the NGAD. Those look pretty sweet.
Oh yeah.
So.
Yeah, and don't misread my lack of response. It's just hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Leave it there.
Anyway, yeah, I love that kind of technology. I know there's ones I need to sort of get back up on, refresh myself on some of the other like naval stuff that we're working on.
For sure.
Because I know there's supposed to like be sort of a general refresh of a lot of our Navy ships going on, because the last attempt at a refresh didn't work so well.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
And so much more. Our operational readiness is a subject.
Yeah.
I'll leave it there.
But, you know.
And to bear in mind, like, not even just because of reasons that, you know, you're probably picking up on, but it's also just, you know, personality. I don't usually like to speak to things, you know, unless I'm, you know, I feel that it's appropriate in the context of things, because you know, people be listening, and I don't want to misspeak, and it's kind of important.
Well, I mean, like, you know,
I mean.
all I'm really saying right now is, man, that shit is really cool, and I love
there's some cool ass
learning
shit
about it.
cool.
Yeah, that's really all I'm saying right now.
There's some really,
but
awesome
I do
shit
remember,
out there.
like, you know, when they tried to do an update, like, on a lot of our different ships, like, they had all those, like, they did the Zumwalt and, like, those other sort of cool-looking, stealthy-looking naval ships, right? But then they, like, had all of these issues and all that stuff, and then they sort of abandoned a lot of the programs. That's kind of what I was talking about.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that happening. Like the Littoral Combat Ship was another one. Yeah. So, you know, interesting to see what they do. And we got our new carriers coming out. You know, little by little, one after another. Those carriers, whoo, man.
I mean, I thought that they were gonna gut the Department of Defense, though.
Yeah, I don't think that was ever really gonna happen.
Just playing devil's advocate.
Yeah. And, like, I mean, between you and me, I don't. That's
well, and everybody's listening.
Yeah,
Not listening.
I'm a bad liberal, I guess, because I kind of don't want that to happen. I feel like we should definitely be funding the Department of Defense pretty strongly.
Like I said, one of these days when I get over myself, or whatever, insert whatever you want. I'd love to. Let me show you things you could never imagine. I'm kidding. Anyway, I've often thought about, and this includes, you know, others. It's just like, damn it, I just need to put a PowerPoint presentation together, and it's not about me being right or wrong. It's not about who's right or wrong. It's just, for me, you know, it's just simpler this way. It's just like, so Exhibit A. And it's, again, there's a very...
Well, yeah, dude, but I'm not, like, gonna try to pretend that you don't have more, like, contact
No,
with
I
this kind of material.
don't
right?
overestimate me though either. Like I'm just a regular person. But what I would say is that, and this applies to J squared. God, you idiots! I hate you both. J squared, Big J. You know how your name's got a J in it, and hateful's got a J.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Australian J.
J squared. Yes,
Yeah.
Josh and Jordan.
Yeah.
Sitting in a tree. KISSING. You fucking.
You are a
Get
little
so
loopy right
uncomfortable
now.
with that
God
shit.
damn, Victor.
I've got some funny stories, but again, like I don't, I gotta respect other people's,
Well, we're on stream, obviously.
Feelings.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna just sit here and have a fun time, be like, hey, remember when Sweden told you this and that and the other, and so on and so on.
Yeah.
Fun stuff. Russia, Ukraine agree to joint control fleet. Final decision of Black Sea forces deferred.
Whoa.
Shall I continue?
Yeah, let me pull this up too. Where are you seeing this?
Ukraine and Russia have decided to. Hold on, this is kind of it's a trap.
Yeah,
Ukraine
I wanna read
and
it.
Russia. Ukraine and Russia have decided. Oh man, I need my trifocals. Shit. Ukraine and Russia have decided to put the Black Sea Fleet under joint command until the end of. What year is it, Jordan? 2025, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just checking. So, Moscow. Redacted. Russian President Boris Yeltsin. Intent.
Oh. Okay.
So this is circa 1995.
I was like, what? I didn't hear about this.
You know what else happened in 1995 on this one particular newspaper that I'm holding in my hand? Israel names new negotiator with Syria. More by
wow.
Robin. No, I'm not trying to trigger you. Because the next thing is gonna be crazy. More by Robin. Wait, Rabin. Oh shit, I'm
Rabin.
More by Rabin is seen boosting
it's Rabin.
priority of talks. Jerusalem. Prime Minister, our friend. So we'll go to the next headline. I can't do this one. Fuck. Ooh. Serbs tell a bitter story of war.
By the way, it's Yitzhak Rabin is how it's pronounced.
It's what?
It's pronounced Rabin.
Oh, thank you. Rabin.
Yeah.
Rabin. Rabin. Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. John appeals to vengeance. Atrocities in camps. Militiamen. And there's 10,000 more of those I have. So it's always fun to, it's always a nice throwback. It's like, holy shit, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. We've been talking about the same thing over and over and over and over and over.
That was a funny moment though, because you were like, Black Sea, Ukraine, and Russia agree, and I was like, wait, what?
And there's a lot more fun ones. I just picked up one and the next one that's right underneath it. And it happens to say, and I swear this is just coincidental. Funny how things are like that. After the vote, can South Africa escape the violence?
Whoa.
It's a three-page. This is
About the end of
talking about a
apartheid.
tragedy, holy war scenario. Why? Oh yeah, I forgot. I can't do that one right now. I had an individual the other day that I'll talk about it another time. It's not appropriate for stream.
Well, maybe we could talk about it after the
It
stream.
was a
if
tough
you wanna-
couple of days.
If
for
you
a
want
lot
to
of
chill for a
people.
little bit afterwards, we can keep talking.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I just, like I said, I just, yeah, live stuff. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to talk
Yeah,
about
you
certain
want to.
things.
Yeah, be careful. Let me talk about my life, right? I'm the streamer.
Yeah,
I'm
you
the
can run your
idiot.
mouth and like.
Yeah,
tell
I'm the
them
idiot who's
what you
yeah,
want.
exactly.
Like, it's like, yeah, dude. You gotta stop hemorrhaging things, but whatever. That's your life. It's cool. Everything's all good. Like you said, you only live once.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, things are wild. It's a wild time to be alive right now in America. Actually, everywhere in the world. But
There
it's
you go.
always a
You're getting
wild
it.
time.
That's better. Yeah.
It's always a wild time.
It is. That's true.
It's never not a wild time.
Wildly beautiful, tragic.
I mean, when I was growing up,
It's a
I
bittersweet
was
symphony.
insulated, right? I was insulated because of my parents and living on compounds and stuff like that. But shit was wild then too.
Yeah. I mean, and that's a whole other perspective, like that's really fascinating. And, being very honest here, like for me anyway, like I like listening to stories, the experiences that people have.
Me too, dude. I'm the same.
It's not scientific, it's anecdotal, of course, but,
Yeah,
we're
but
human.
but it's real too, right?
Exactly, that's what I said.
Yeah.
We're human,
Yeah.
I mean, we can talk about numbers, philosophy, laws of logic, all that good stuff. At the end of the day, there's good people out there. And there's
Yes.
people who have a lot of complicated, things get complicated.
That's one of the things like I hope to teach people with my stream is that like no matter how much we disagree with each other and how like insane it can feel some people you disagree with may be, we are all human. We're all trying to do what we think is best, and maybe that's a different version than what you think, but that doesn't mean the person that you're talking to is like some evil demon, right? As a
Yeah, you
friend of
can't
ours
really-
likes to say.
Well, you'll hear me say things like, or I don't know if you have specifically, but within, how I just jab at you guys about your, or even Easy Rider, like, like I jab at him, but that's because, he's been through the ringer. He knows what's up.
Sure.
So I'll be like, you still on your Facebook bullshit? Come on, mate, let's go. Fuck off with that. Like you're just torturing yourself. But it's all jokes.
course.
And he's older. He's hardened. Like so I don't. If you see that in chat, like me just these like weird like out of nowhere jabs, like there's a method there. There's a method to the madness. I haven't gotten to it yet.
I'm pretty used to you, I think, by now. Like, it's
Yeah,
been a
but-
few years.
Yeah. Layers though.
And like, and
Lots of
again,
layers.
like, you and we've gotten into it a couple times, but like, I've never taken it like
Yeah,
that
you-
seriously. I mean, like in like, I take what you say seriously, right? But like, I've
Yeah,
never
I get it.
like been like, oh my god, like what the,
Yeah, and like I told you, I did. I'm not gonna apologize for what happened that night. It was just more that was just a response that wasn't that unfortunately just kind of lasered in at you at that moment. Just stars and planets align for better or worse at that particular moment.
I'm not, and I mean, like,
it
I'm
just
not
happened.
looking. I'm not looking for.
But
an
I was
apology
glad,
either.
and I heard everything you were saying as I was saying whatever the things
Yeah.
that they did.
I heard what
and
you were
don't-
saying, too.
I'm not saying they're untrue. It was just not tasteful.
Yeah. I mean, like, I heard you too.
But it wasn't out of malice or out of a bad place. It was just
You're not a person that I think wants to do things out of malice. So I don't
No.
see that being the case.
I
Yeah,
do what I
it's all
can.
good. It's all good in the hood. And yeah, like I said, like And I'm not just, I mean, like, I'm not even talking about you, right? I'm just talking about people in general. Because
Exactly.
one thing that is different is that, you know, the country is probably more divided than it's ever been. And
And that may or may not be true. It definitely feels that way, and I would agree. Like, you know, at face value, it seems that way for sure. Can I tell you that's actually the case? Well, that's pretty subjective, but
right.
yeah, it's definitely a different time and a different place and a different era.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like it feels like there are certain norms that are like falling away that used to be sort of something we could take for granted.
Look,
As far
I'm
as
gonna take a weird comedic jab at you and say this. Like, so remember that day I was making fun of a Scotsman and an Australian about them and they're talking about dogs, and I said the F word. I was like, "Hey," and you were sensitive to this, which is understandable. And then Sweden came in. And I remember before Sweden came in, I'm like, no, I don't think that's not a thing over here. And he's like, oh, but sure. And I'm like, no, I don't think. The more it's interesting, isn't it? Because he'll say it without blinking an eye, but it's not out of a place.
Yeah.
It's culturally different and time and place, right?
I've chilled on a lot of that
assigning-
stuff. I'm not gonna say
Yeah,
when I hear a word like that, it doesn't like make me cringe a bit.
Same. I get it for sure.
But like, you know, I'm not.
We're all
gonna,
programmed.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
But-
like. And I don't let
Yeah,
people
one
say
day you
that.
can
Obviously,
make a
I don't
joke
let people
about-
say that shit on my stream because I'm on YouTube as well.
No, it's
And-
not appropriate for the stream. Absolutely not.
Yeah. But like, you know,
But yeah.
Steel will
Amongst
say that
friends,
sometimes.
and again, like, you know, like reading between the lines there, it's like, no, well, you see, in the 90s, see, Adam gets it.
Yeah.
You know, your boy
No,
Adam.
for sure.
He's-
I'm just
he's
like,
awesome.
for me, at
He's
this
awesome.
point, I'm just like, you know, I don't talk that way. I'm not going to tell other people how to talk. I'm just going to mind my business. But I just don't talk that way. That's kind of where I'm at.
And also remember, like, it's the context of the situation. Like, if you know, and I know, I'm sure that you can pick up on this. Like, you think, like in the professional workplace or like, you know, out in the streets or something.
Oh my God, yeah.
Amongst others, it's like, oh my God, like, are you fucking for real? Like,
Are you
no,
serious?
Absolutely
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, like if you're in private, like, you know, like that's one thing.
You can call me whatever you want. I'm not.
Yeah, like,
I'm not
I don't
imposing
really-
that because there are too many different backgrounds and perspectives, and you know, we got to
Yeah.
be respectful. You know, and all that stuff. You know the deal.
Yeah, like
But, yeah.
what you do in private is what you do in private. I'm not gonna like thought police people, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But we do, I think, by nature. But anyway, we
Well,
just
you
got to
know,
remember.
I
that.
always say my thing now is that I say, look, you say what you want. I just don't use that language. That's all.
And there's nothing wrong with, and like I said, like this is me making it because I like to use comedy as a coping mechanism, if you want to put it that way.
Sure.
I don't like to think about copium, and it's like, anyway,
I
you
mean,
know, I'm like, yes, copium.
some people do huff that copium, though. Let's be honest.
No, I feel you, but also new terminology that I don't have updated in the, you know, language virus, you know,
Right.
dictionary. So.
I like that one. Though.
You know,
I just
sometimes I'm like, hey,
particularly
guys, what was the new? What's Riz? I don't know what Riz.
Riz.
Rizaraza?
Riz
Yeah.
is a fun one. I don't really use that though. I do like copium. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that's a fun one. There are fun memes with that.
I do too.
Yeah.
And again, it's all the context. But then, like a lot of times, I just like oh, cope, and I'm like, oh my goodness gracious, shut the fuck up, you cope too.
Yeah.
We all
No,
cope.
I
It's
feel
a
like
different
everybody
word
does
that's
some
very
cope.
similar to cope too.
I will
Cope is just one
freely
word.
admit when I'm coping. I was having a discussion with Beowulf, and we were talking about
When and why?
a long time, like months and months.
Oh,
ago.
okay. When I brought you over, maybe.
Yeah. And we were talking about.
Okay, that makes sense. Sorry, there was recent developments with Mr. Pimp. I'll tell you that another time.
After the
Oh
stream,
no, it's
yeah.
nothing bad. It was.
Yeah, we'll talk.
just
We'll
kind of
talk.
Part of
We'll drink some tea after the stream. But
yeah.
So we were talking about the Olympics, and I was talking about how Argentina had lost in soccer at the Olympics this past time.
Oh boy.
And I went.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and I
Go
went.
on.
And I went. But it's the under 23 team, so it doesn't count. And he goes, "Wow, I am hearing you huff the copium in real time," and I'm like, "Absolutely, I am coping so hard right now."
Fuck yeah, that was. Oh, you get nice.
Yeah,
I know.
because I can admit it, dude.
Like,
I can admit it. I can admit it.
No. But what I'm saying nice is because it's like, well, when we talk when we have some tea, like I'll give you my 2 cents and some,
okay. Okay. Oh, sounds juicy.
No, it's just funny and interesting to me. Not in a bad So what I'm saying is score.
All right. Well, I'm.
He didn't mean it. And I'm assuming I take it at face value at how it happened, but not that I wouldn't anyway. But
no, he was being very.
Because I'm oh, Bayo.
He was definitely.
You silly Sally.
We were having a good time with it. We were laughing for sure.
Yeah, no, he's cool. He's a really good guy. He
seems pretty chill to me. Yeah.
Yeah. Hard to go.
I did. There was one thing that they were super, because when you're with that group, you're gonna go back to the theism atheism thing, right?
Yeah.
It's just you can't avoid it.
Yeah.
Because it's T-Jump server. And
by the way, they all don't give a shit about T-Jump.
I don't think anybody does, right? He doesn't do anything anymore, right? But but I know
subject we can have some tea about, because that also plays into recent events that I don't ever do.
Ooh, okay. But yeah,
I got a little funny.
I know that was a big topic for T-Jump, and that's probably why a lot of people ended up in that server in the first place. So we were talking.
If you went to the text chats, it's the same goddamn conversation.
Yeah.
All day. But
But
that's just my perspective.
We were talking about the strength of an atheism claim, right? I was talking about how I don't feel like I'm a strong atheist because I always have to leave some room for doubt, even if I'm 99.9999999% probable that there is no God, right?
What did he say?
And he and Thunderous were both no.
Oh shit! Oh my god, they hate each other. Oh fuck, this must have been. Oh, that was a while back. Holy moly!
Because they were they both said, and I've heard this argument before, and for some reason in the moment I didn't think about how I'd heard this argument before, and I think it was because they said it in a bit of a different way, but they were
and I can speak to that on some tea. But yeah,
but they were well, I know because if we can't know for sure, then knowledge doesn't mean anything, and I was like, what? I was like, how does that make any sense? Everything is a probability.
Well, it makes perfect sense, but they contradicted themselves per their normal operating procedure.
Well, no, because they said what they said was, I don't like that because it makes the knowledge meaningless. And I said, well, I don't think that's I don't think that's true because knowledge, everything is a spectrum of probability. You only know anything to a certain. I don't disagree with that. Almost perfect probability. Most things you have a almost virtually 100% probability. If you were looking at your probability scale, it's an asymptote approaching zero, right? But you still technically don't know for sure on a lot of things. And so I just couldn't resonate, I kept arguing because I was like, dude, knowledge is not necessarily a binary thing. The way I see it, it's you're...
Yeah, but they just see you're still. Hold on a second, though. Let me step you for a second, and I apologize. But tell me what is knowledge? I don't know. Tell me what is knowledge? The definition, not the your definition of knowledge. What is it?
Oh, geez.
Do you see? It gets I'm not throwing shade. I find it fantastic that they said that. But
Yeah.
Beowulf, what you just explained, like they're on the same page with you. They agree, and I'll speak for them because fuck them.
Okay, all right. Well,
I know.
then
I know.
why it was-
I know their game.
Okay, so I don't know why. What they were just maybe that was. I don't know why they were. What were they playing? I don't understand.
It might have been because just the crew, like people come and then they'll start talking about. Maybe they're just already primed for. All right, somebody's gonna come in and try to do the thing, and we're gonna have to explain it the way. And I can speak over to like their process and methods from my perspective. And what I've discussed with them about that method.
I mean, like, what is knowledge is obviously such a deep.
That's a meta discussion.
Yeah, that's a whole.
You can get into
thing.
dialectics, which
Yeah.
Josh and I are into, but that's another discussion.
And we
that's
can
a
get
whole
into
bunch of other
that,
stuff.
and like right now off the top of my head, I don't really have an answer for you, but I'm sure once we start talking, I'll be like, oh yes, I've actually heard a lot of this before, and like,
No, yeah, I'm the same way. I get it. Yeah. Yeah. No,
and
you're
like-
good. You're good. You're good.
And like in high school,
Yeah,
actually,
don't-
we had theory of knowledge classes at my high school.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so because
Theory
that's part
of
of
knowledge. Wait. My brain just hold on. My brain's gotta slow down for a second. Theory of knowledge at high school.
yeah. it was
And I
called
know where
TOK.
I know where you've been.
Yeah. Yep.
So I'm thinking to myself, I'm a theory of knowledge, yeah?
Yeah.
So what did they tell you? What do you remember from school?
Well, I didn't take the class.
I don't need that. Oh, wait,
But
you
I-
didn't take the class?
No.
But it's interesting they offered it, though.
Yeah. So it was
Interesting.
part of the
Theory of knowledge. I wonder what they would have had to say in a belt way.
Well, it was part of the IB curriculum, but I wasn't in IB. I was in AP. So
I remember.
yeah, I never took that class.
And I know the school.
Yeah. Well,
But
no,
remember, that's
I
in a
would have
beltway.
gone to
That's
that
in a
school.
beltway, see?
I would have gone to that school if I was in the States, but I was in Argentina.
Wait, are we talking about TJ?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So
Woo!
I would have gone to
Ooh,
TJ.
I know so many people who went there, and I could
Yeah.
say lovely things, and I can also at the same time be like, you know what? Fuck you.
Yeah.
You TJ.
Yeah,
Fuck
I
you
mean
fucking
that would have
TJ
been my
people.
school.
I gotta get up in the bus really early because I'm smart. Like, yeah, whatever. My life sucks. Get fucked. Yeah,
I
you're
mean,
so
that-
smart. No, I'm just
Yeah, but
joking.
look at you now, dude.
That's really
Fuck it.
rough.
Yeah.
Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah, so I would have gone to TJ, but I was overseas. So I went to one of the best
I
schools
think
in
you had
South
a valid
America.
excuse there.
Yeah. I did go to one of the best schools in South America, though. So, hey, not bad.
What is the best school? I actually don't know anything. I really am not knowledgeable about that. Like, what's
Right.
the best school?
So it's an international
Subjectively
school.
or like objectively, I don't care.
So it's an international
What
school.
school
It's
is
called Asociación Escuelas Lincoln. So
I don't speak Espanol.
yeah,
Española, no.
literally translated in English, it's gonna sound awkward.
I don't care. That's
But if we
I
say
could-
it
I could start
literally,
speaking
it's
about
the
it to you, and you'll
Association
have no idea what I'm
Schools.
saying.
It's the Association
What is it
Schools of
called?
Lincoln. If we were to do it the right way, it would be
Wait,
the
wait,
School
slower. Remember, I'm 3 hours in future time. Association of what?
So if we translate it literally in order, it's
Yeah, I want literal
Association.
translation. I can work that backwards.
Yeah,
Okay.
Association
Association of what?
Schools Lincoln. But if we were
Okay,
to
got it.
translate
No,
it
that's fine.
properly, yeah. it
No,
would be-
I get the translation difference there.
Yeah.
Not that I can speak it, but what I can do, I know things that I can't tell you I know.
You could just say
And
you could just say Lincoln School in Buenos Aires is what I tell people. Lincoln.
yeah, I don't. Yeah. I was. Well, my next thing was Buenos Aires.
Yeah.
Come on,
Dad?
bugs.
Dad's here.
Bugs.
Hello.
Bugs.
Hey, Dad.
Who's here?
Hey.
Dad. Well, hello.
What's going on?
How's everyone doing?
Good. You came in a little
A
late.
real answer or a fake one? Making it through.
We were just talking about TJ and why I didn't go there.
Hey,
Oh,
like I said,
okay.
valid reasons.
Yeah.
Dare I say TJ could be overrated? Question marks. Crazy. No, I'm
Maybe.
I just throwing jokes.
I don't even know. Really? I just
I
remember
would-
when
to be
I was
quite
in-
frank with you, I've never looked at like the comparative statistics,
yeah.
so I don't know. I just know where we lived, where we're all very familiar with the area, and
Right.
I know that school is top notch, and I was not quite smart enough, not that I would even try.
Well, you know a lot. You know a lot. So like,
It was more, troubled family, life. Like
That
it's more of a,
sucks.
it's not a capability issue. I have no idea because I didn't try because other things were grabbing my attention,
sure.
so scapegoats and
okay.
things.
Yeah. Where did you go to high school?
But yeah, TJ, excellent school for sure. I'm not knocking that, but I do remember some of the students that have to go there. They'd have to, especially out where I'm at, like you'd have to catch the bus because they had this, the bus that would go straight there. So they'd have to get up usually around like 4:30, 5 a.m. to catch it around. And this isn't exact, but around 6 a.m. ish because they're trucking down there. And not that it's far as the crow flies, but the traffic around here is crazy.
Right.
So
That's true.
they'd have
let's
to get
see.
up super early, and then they'd get home a lot later than we would, an hour and a half or so later.
So kids from my middle school went to either, usually because it was a magnet school, so some of them were far away. There might have been another high school
Yeah.
they ended up going to, but most of them went to either TJ or Jeb Stewart.
Oh my! See, you read my mind. Now I want to ask your dad a question. Jeb Stewart
Yes.
High School. You remember? So
Yeah,
they
that
changed the
was,
name.
I think, that was the one that was located in our
Falls
area.
Church. Yep, that's
Yeah.
where my mom went. I
Oh,
can't say things aloud. Oh no! Damn it! I squealed. I snitched on myself.
oh, I think.
So
you're
my
fine.
mom went there.
Dad, where did you go to
Yeah,
high
it's fine.
school?
In New York.
No, you gotta say the name of the high
Holy
school.
shit. Oh,
The
who
name
did
of the
you
high
to?
school? Southside.
Yeah, you went
Wait,
to
Valentine?
who was there? Who was in your sister's class, Dad?
Wait, Valentine
Howard
School in
Stern.
New York?
Yeah, in Long Island.
It's called Valentine?
No, Southside.
Like the Valentine Massacre?
No, like
South side.
Southside, like the opposite.
Oh, okay.
North
I'm sorry.
side.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm hard of
Yeah.
hearing. My bad.
Yeah,
South
he
side.
went to
I was like,
the same high school as
What?
he went to the same high school as Howard Stern, who was in his sister's class.
Howard Stern
Wow.
and what's her name? The
Joan Jett.
Joan Jett, but also the comedian. She's around now. What is she? She did Trainwreck, I think. What was the?
Oh yeah. Fuck. I know what you're talking about. Oh,
She just came out with a film right now, Almost Pregnant or something like that.
Wait. Whoa.
Um,
Whoa. Pregnant.
Almost Pregnant.
Oh, Amy Schumer.
Ah, la 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 la.
Amy Schumer, yeah.
Nobody likes her.
Amy Schumer
Nobody
was
likes
from
her.
my high school.
Yeah, people
Oh,
really
Amy-
don't
wait,
like
wait,
her.
wait.
Why don't they
Gentlemen,
like her?
please. Gentlemen, please, 1 second. Did you say Amy Schumer?
Mm-hmm.
I heard that, right?
Yeah.
This is the classmate we're talking about?
Yes.
Oh my god, that
No,
woman!
wait, she wasn't a classmate.
Why don't you like her? Why doesn't
A
anyone
lot
like
of people don't like her.
her? Why?
I can give you my 2 cents, I guess. It's been a while since I've even thought about her, but listen, I think when she came out, and you'll have to forgive me because my memory and it's late here and other things, but my recollection over, I'm quite old, is that when she came on the scene, it was fine. She was funny. I don't. This isn't a commentary on female comedians or any of that. It's just it was fine. And then I know I'd seen a couple stand-ups, but just this what I was getting after a while was just, and maybe it was because I never was paying attention to begin with. I don't know. I do really like comedy and I like stand-up, but she just the way that she would talk about things, it was off-putting. It's just like, oh, it's as big as a barn house, and I'm a whore. I'm just gonna be honest, like, and it's like, okay, I get the joke, and that's fine, like, and I can make jokes like that all day, but it started to just, it's like, I don't, and then later I think she was in commercials. It's like, my tampons, and here they are in your face. I'm like, you don't have to be so vulgar with
yeah,
it. Like,
she is
so
pretty.
much.
She is pretty on the nose with her comedy
I'm-
for sure.
I
Isn't
lo-
Sarah
yeah,
Silverman
dirty
as well,
jokes are
though?
fine.
And I feel like people aren't like that with Sarah Silverman.
Ooh, that's a tricky
I
one.
think Sarah Silverman is a little more subtle, believe it or not.
She's not the most subtle
Again,
person.
like, I don't have a problem with dirty jokes or just, just keeping it real and saying, like, that's fine. It just, and like I said, I can't really put my finger on it at the moment. I'd have to think about it a bit, and I do remember who was from, how his name escapes me right now, Pineapple Express and a bunch of other stuff.
James Franco.
Seth
Rogen.
Seth
Rogen.
Rogen.
Seth.
That's Rogen.
I love Seth, was funny as fuck. And then I remember, and this is where memories get fragmented from, issues of the past, but I remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, there was a commercial that had come out, and I think it was a Bud Light commercial, and it was her and I think John Mulaney.
John
Mulaney.
Yeah.
He's fun.
I always
He's
said
really
Mulaney.
funny.
He's
We
really
love
funny.
him in this household.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's very funny.
Yeah, we love Mulaney. Oh my God, he went through the ringer. Woo! But that's what it does to you. Anyways, back to Schumer. And Seth Rogen. Not the Joe Rogan, but Seth.
Not Joe Rogan, yeah.
Bud Light commercial. Yeah, this is me going through stuff that I should just keep in my head until I can get it together. But Seth and Schumer, they're doing a Bud Light commercial, and they start talking about equal pay and all that, and I can't. I'd have to look, watch the commercial again because it's been a long time. But I remember how they spoke about it and how they said it. I'm like, but that's not correct, and that's just not. It's just objectively not true. And this is not my opinion. It was just framed a certain way, and I'm like, I understand as a woman myself. Trust me, but the way that they were putting it, I'm like, I understand, like, and I can be cool with that, but it was just so blatantly incorrect, and it was Seth in that moment that I just was like, why are you? He was just very. There was just I can't put my finger on it. Fast forward some time later, a streamer you guys would probably know, maybe he's Scottish. And Seth is, and then there was these little things where Seth would just be freaking out and saying just kind of vile shit to other, pseudo popular people who I was like, why are you like, and it wasn't like a clip out of context thing. It was just like, what's going on here? I'm like, okay. And it just makes me wonder. I'm like, I don't, I mean, acting, we all have masks, but I'm like, why are you, Ethan Klein is another example for me. I'm like, you're just getting a little, just, way too aggressive, and it, I just want to be careful about how I put this, but it just, I don't know.
Well, Ethan's
Take a
always
deep
been.
breath here.
Ethan's always been kind of like
I'm trying to
a
be
type of
respectful,
way,
but
right?
it's hard to discuss because I don't want to be offensive. It's just, I don't know what to say when, he's just constantly like, and I don't watch his stuff really, but, I'll hear things and it's fine until like, and then it's like, oh, Trisha Paytas, and then Gila's brother, and I know about the conscription, and that's fine. Like,
Yeah, what's wrong with
I'm
Trisha
a
Paytas?
military
My girlfriend
family,
loves
but
that
like,
chick.
holy shit, it starts getting more and more and more and more to the point where I'm like, we're going back to this whole, if we want to, make it relatable between the two of us, Jordan, it's just like, yes, and then we're all like, ah. It's like, no, We're
Oh,
just
dang.
trying to
Like,
find,
and
a
boom.
solution
Like,
to reduce harm, suffering, pain, loneliness, all that,
Yeah.
And it's tough. And I'm not going to just say something like it's just war, but it is, and it isn't. It's very complicated, and I just sometimes I feel like people who are in positions like that. And again, I'm not one to, prescribe how one should conduct themselves, but we look up, people look up to these figures, and
We should be
you
very
know,
careful about how we say things. Like
Nah, dude, that's crazy.
if we're gonna talk about,
I don't
like-
want to further, we don't need to have another, war, world war.
No.
Just
Yeah, that's Trump's whole point. That's why Trump is always like, why is everyone talking about nuclear? Like, everyone is just
Well-
mentioning that commonly in the media. He's like, we should be preventing war and not using that word so commonly. Like, it's an option of where these wars might escalate between Russia and Ukraine.
What about Independence Day? The movie.
I mean, nuclear generally serves as more of a deterrent rather than an actual thing that people are going to use. But, yeah. Like when Russia talks about nuclear weapons, it's
How far could
critique, but sorry, guys.
pretty much always to beat their chest.
Go ahead, Daniel. Sorry.
Ugh. Yeah.
Mutually assured
dude.
destruction.
Yeah, exactly. Game theory shit.
Mm-hmm.
What was wrong with Trisha Paytas? Was that a good thing or bad thing?
Oh no, that wasn't. No, I don't really care, honestly. I'm not into like
What's that about?
celebrity stuff or TMZ to be quite. And I say
I don't either.
TMZ because back in the day, everybody TMZ, and then they'd tell me about it. I'm like, I don't remember which one was who, but if I see them on TV or a commercial, I'm like, oh yes, this famous actor. Yes, I know.
All I
But
know is
I don't have an issue with Trisha. I'm sorry, I went a different direction there. Trisha, I don't. It's not about how I feel. That's a different life, and she does her thing. I don't have really an opinion. Just to say, like, all I know was there was a whole bunch of YouTube drama.
yeah, with her and Ethan from H3H3.
Like frenemies, and you know, I watch Destiny once in a while, not anytime lately because of similar reasons. But hey, it is what it is.
I don't think I even know who those guys are.
You don't know what your son watches all goddamn day long.
I don't watch H3H3 all day. He knows who Destiny is.
No, Destiny.
He knows who Destiny
Bottlebutt.
is.
Oh,
Nah,
I know
Debate Bro.
Destiny.
Oh, there
I
you
know
go. See,
Destiny.
Your dad knows what's up.
Yeah.
I poke
No,
fun of Jordan sometimes because I'm like, you just gotta stop the Destiny bro life, okay?
Listen, I enjoy
I told
the
you I'm
content.
giving you just
I know,
I'm just screwing with you.
but in my defense, I enjoy the content. I think he's a very effective debater, but I also disagree with him on certain things, right? Like it's not like
No, I know
agree
you
with
do, and
him.
I told you this.
Yeah.
Like like when Wolf came on there, I'm like, no, I mean, like I was 100% like, look, we got to talk about like how does this actually work within a corporate structure?
Mm.
Like I mean, that was a good no, there's been but when it started getting into, and this isn't placing blame or saying one thing or the other, but when it starts getting into like, hey, like fuck him, he should just die. I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
hold
I
on,
didn't
man.
I did just for the record.
Like and it,
I
it's a
didn't like
slippery
that
slope.
either. I very much
just like,
disagreed
look,
with
hey,
that.
this is
And
human lives.
Daniel can vouch for me on that one because I said the fucking day it happened, I said that I didn't like it.
What?
When Destiny
Like what?
said that
No.
shit about the firefighter.
Yeah, like race, creed, religion, political leanings. I don't care.
Yeah.
Like we, this is somebody died.
Yeah.
And that's not something. I don't care
the
whose
man's-
life he's trying to save. It is still. Trump is a person too.
Yeah, not his finest moment. I will absolutely say that freely.
And who's Luke?
Huh?
Luke.
Luke. Did you mention someone named Luke?
Did I? I might
I-
have. Did I say that?
I thought. Oh, okay. I must have misheard.
Mm.
Okay.
I do that all the time.
Daniel, say hi to my pops.
Oh, hello,
Huh?
hello.
Hey.
It's Daniel that, Daniel from film that Helena
Yes.
and I have worked with in the past.
Oh,
Many
is
times.
that Daniel?
Yeah,
The
it's that
story was
Daniel.
that
Yeah.
Daniel met your dad before he even met you. What?
That's right.
Correct.
No.
What?
I think you
Wait.
met Daniel before Daniel met me, right?
Oh, I thought you were saying before I met you.
No.
Whoa. Now we're getting back to the future again, okay? You're like, whoa. I'm not, that's crazy. I think you're his father. I don't know. That's not my business.
Oh, Daniel, I started playing Marvel Rivals, dog.
Yeah.
What
How
are you
recently?
what are you doing right now?
I was playing Marvel Rivals with a group of friends, but I do got to get off pretty soon. I was just hopping in this chat for a minute, listening, tuning in, and then I got to go on a run.
Okay. Well, soon I wanna have you on for like a good we're like a good month and some change into the presidency now. I feel we're about
Yes.
due for a good political chat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So we
You
should
know,
do that
Daniel, you're not wrong when you say the things you do. I want to be friends, okay?
soon.
Why
We cool?
can't
We cool?
be friends? Why can't we be friends? I'm cool.
Although, hold on, I do. Oh, yeah, that's right. You're Orlando. I don't know. I'll have to reconsider, actually. I'm joking with you. Fucking Orlando. Ooh, at least it wasn't the Gulf. I'm all about 95.
Wait,
I'm
you mean the
all-
Gulf
I'm
of
all on it.
America?
I'm on the Atlantic side. No, I know Florida like you have no fucking idea. Daniel knows what's up with that.
Oh, okay.
Florida. I love Florida. Florida's great. I'm not speaking to political stuff, any of that. I love Florida. I always have.
I've enjoyed it when
Except
I've
for-
been there.
Except Tampa's kind of bullshit. And so is St. Peter's. But anyway. You know
Tampa's
what it
just,
really is? 'Cause there's no
Tampa's
waves.
just,
The damn bay.
oh,
It's
yeah,
just
that's 'cause
placid water.
you're in the
I'm
Gulf.
trying to get destroyed by the ocean. All right. Like,
yeah. That's because it's the Gulf. Tampa's on the west side. I'm gonna be on the east side for all the waves. Tampa's
You got
just
it.
the poor man's Miami. So Tampa's super fun.
perfect. See, you see,
If you-
get,
if you
know
look at
what's
it.
up. And Clearwater is all full of Scientology. Oh my god, that we should check.
Oh,
that.
that's
that
right.
shit-
I know about that.
It's funny and crazy, and I've been to Clearwater so many times. I've
I
heard
actually
stories for
know
days.
about that because I've watched way too many Scientology documentaries.
And they own, literally. You can look at the property tax, like it's property records. It's like, there is some truth here. It's fine. They can be weird. Whatever. Just don't get sucked into cool.
They're weird, but in some cases they're actually pretty fucking nefarious.
So I
right?
said
Like,
cool.
Yeah.
Without being like, yeah, they're kind of, I don't know which one's worse. LDS? Oh, shit. Fundamental LDS. Holy shit.
FLDS, yeah. Ooh.
I'm not a Roman Catholic. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm chill. But whoa!
Dude, I'm a
Whoa.
Jew. It's all kind of weird to me.
Yeah, exactly. To me, it's just like, look,
And the shit that I'm used to is weird to you guys, so.
not really, honestly. You'd
No?
be surprised. Like,
Well,
Not-
Hasidic
I mean, but
Judaism
my
is
parents
weird.
were like,
For
like,
sure.
mega geniuses. They told me all history, and then I've been exposed to a lot of things. And if I showed you our bookshelves, you'd be like, "Oh, well,
Cool.
crazy."
I will say
This is
Hasidic
something-
Judaism can be pretty weird, though.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah.
Eastern Orthodox. Don't ask me about that one because I've got opinions. Big dick mystics.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun.
But then we've got our just like, are chill Christians like Daniel, who's like
I mean,
What up?
sort of.
Same.
You're non-denominational, right? You're kind of your
Yeah,
own thing,
much.
right? Yeah.
I
that's
want to say,
fine.
yeah.
As long as it's not mega church stuff. Which is fine too, I guess.
No, yeah. There's like a level where I go, okay, this is getting culty.
Yeah, you got it.
The
Yeah, and
megachurch
when you
stuff.
go in there and it's like you're actually like at a a magic show. You're like, well,
Dude,
thought okay.
Dad, do you remember when I was a kid and Tayo and Toye Filaye brought me to their church that one time?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So it was an evangelical church, and it was like one of
Yeah.
the weirdest
Mhm.
experiences of my life because I was so young
Yeah.
and like I had no exposure to it, and it was just they had like a stage with all kinds of like
Right.
Nickelodeon looking fucking shit on it.
That's what I'm saying. So you're at a magic show. Or
Yeah,
some
it was
shit, a
so
theater. You're
weird.
like, wait,
I
what's
was
happening
like,
here?
I was like, this
I'm like,
is
is this
a
supposed to be
religion.
church?
It's like, what is
Yeah,
this?
And then later you're like, oh, it's a scam. I'm just getting elected.
Yeah, when I'm an adult,
Holy
but like I'm a kid. I go there. They're like, do you have your Bible with you? And I was like, no, I'm Jewish. They're like, oh, okay, come in.
You're like, no problem, come in, sing with us, please. It's like, all right.
Oh,
Sometimes you
man.
just gotta roll with it. I know a lot
Yeah.
of folks who'd come from mega church, and they're like, honestly, they're fine. They're just like, like, yeah, and I did, and I was actually on stage, and I would do the, rock band thing, and, it was cool, and I always knew, but like, it's fine, and like, and they're not, but they're, they're, they're in, they've never had, like, they didn't have a bad experience with it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it wasn't
very-
like scary or anything. It was just kind of a weird experience, And I came from, we were in a Reform synagogue, so it wasn't like, it was pretty
Yeah.
chill. It was a super chill environment, right? Very open, very like, hey, we're just here for the morals and the stories. Like, you don't have to believe this literally. Like, we're just teaching you. It was like that kind of feel. And like we had a
That's how a lot of
female.
my community was,
Yeah, we had a female rabbi and a gay cantor. It was like very chill.
Yeah.
And so like that.
And
was
you were
just
in
the
a
whole
show.
thing. What?
You were in a show.
Yeah, you
Remember?
were in a show. You
And
were like
you
the
were-
main star of the show. That's
Jesus in the Technicolor coat?
so.
Jokes.
Every year, what was the holiday, Dad? Again, that we did it for?
It's wasn't it was it Hanukkah? No.
I thought Hanukkah was
Purim?
about the
Purim.
Jewish.
It's got to be Purim, right? Because Purim is the one where you
Purim,
do shit
yeah.
like that. Yeah. So every Purim, the synagogue would write and put on like a comedy show, right? And it would be like a different version of like the story of Haman and the Jews, right? Which was
But it was
You
a
guessed it.
musical.
yeah, but you guessed it.
Like Jesus in the
Another
Technicolor
story
coat.
of people
Exactly.
trying to genocide us, which is like 90% of our holidays. And in this one, the
Well,
whole
you're
premise
gonna-
the whole premise
Go
is like it's like it's a really cool vibe actually. It's like they tell the story and you're supposed to be like fucking raucous, super loud and stuff during the story. Whenever they mention Haman's names, you have like these noisemakers and shit, and you make all this noise when they tell the story. You're supposed to like slouch and like get really fucking drunk if you're an adult. That's Purim. It's like a wild party. And every year, the synagogue would do this musical. They'd put on a show, and it would be like a comedy. And it was a lot of fun, and lots of the people in the synagogue would get to participate. And one year, Dad got to play the main character, the good guy, Mordecai.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, and
Guy.
at one point he's got like a little Superman shirt on under his under like his button-down shirt, and I remember that's like the one thing that sticks out of my mind the most is like you ripping the shirt off to show the Superman
yeah.
shirt under it.
Yeah.
and
And
then
Jordan
walking
was
off.
doing jingles.
Yeah, I was in the little chorus of like four. Was it six of us? Three of us. Okay, so there were three of us.
Just three.
Yeah, and it was like me and two girls, right? It was me and two girls.
Girls, yeah.
Yeah, and we would sing jingles throughout the thing that they wrote, and they were like little funny, humorous jingles. And yeah, it's a fun thing that we did every year. Dad, did I tell you about my my idea for the new Purim tradition?
No.
I feel like I did tell you, so this should jog your memory. I said like a new Purim tradition that people should add is to watch Inglorious Bastards on Purim.
Well, you could watch that at any holiday.
No, I know, but like, it's got that kind of same feeling, kind of, in a way, right? It's got that same vibe.
That's got one of the best opening scenes of any movie.
Oh my god, yeah. Christoph Waltz. That was like his first major role in like American cinema.
Mm-hmm.
And it just launched him. God, what an amazing movie.
Have you guys seen Inglourious Bastards? Have you guys seen Inglourious Bastards?
I'm pretty sure they have. Daniel.
I don't know.
What's up? My bad, bro. I'm packing up right now.
We were talking about Christoph Waltz's performance in Inglourious Bastards.
Yeah, iconic.
Absolutely.
And then
incredible.
And then Django, even Django. I like
he was
what
so
Jamie
good
Foxx
in
said
Django.
about Django.
What
He's
did he
like,
say?
it's crazy. Well, he said, take the scene where he pulls out the map. What's really crazy is all he was supposed to do is pull a map out of his pocket. That's all that's written in the script. There's Christoph Waltz himself who wanted the map folded incredibly tiny. And so when he pulled it out and you watch him just like piece by piece open up a map and then read it, like something like that. I don't know. It's just like
That's
it's just
just
like
a
such
choice.
next level acting.
Just a
Yeah, but
choice
it's
that
just
an
like
actor
such
makes.
specific. Yeah, it's such detailed. Just the
Dude,
entire physical acting aspect of it. It's not about him reading a line or doing an action. It's like, how do I make this a whole fucking thing, no matter what it is, even if it's just pulling and opening a map. Yeah, dude, do you hear about the new Nolan movie that everyone's hopping on, the Odyssey? How do you look?
Yeah,
look forward to I can't
I'm
wait for that.
Super looking for. I mean, I'm always going to look forward to anything that Nolan does.
Same.
He's
That's pretty much my favorite director. He's he's just been unstoppable. I mean, even his worst movie is still like far superior. A lot of people don't like Tenet, but even that's still just
really
superior
liked
to anything
Tenet.
else.
I thought everybody
But
was
you know that's
tripping
the
when
common
they said they didn't
consensus,
like
though.
Tenet.
Yeah,
they're
but even
wrong,
that
bro.
being his worst
I
movie is
firmly
still far
believe-
superior than
'cause
any other director's
I
movie.
heard everybody said like, "Oh my god, it's so hard to follow. It's so hard to understand." So I went in like, "Okay, I'm gonna zone in. I'm gonna lock in, and I'm gonna really pay attention to everything that's going on, so I don't like misunderstand anything that's going on." And when I
And then
did,
you
I was
watch it,
like,
you don't really think it's that difficult, right?
No, it wasn't that hard to
Yeah, I
understand.
didn't either.
But
Well,
then
the
again,
thing is,
my favorite movie is The Matrix, so my brain is already primed for that kind of shit.
Yeah, a little bit me too, because I'm a big sci-fi guy. But yeah, no, I mean, the Odyssey is going to be fun. I really hope he just makes like, well, I don't know what I'm hoping. What I'm hoping is like just a fun, actionful, like make it like Inception, but fucking, ancient Greek mythology.
Yeah, I think it's going to be awesome. I can't wait. I'm excited.
Is it Greek or Roman? It's Greek mythology, right?
Odyssey, yeah, is Greek.
Odyssey, yeah.
Yeah.
I just hope, but I want him to make it like a fun action style one, like the way Inception was. Like, we'll see. The way he's made, that Batman trilogy.
Yeah. Let's see. It's going to be Tom Holland, right?
Matt Damon. They're all
thought
in
I
it though.
saw-
There's so many people in it.
Yeah, there's like a ton of people in it.
Matt
so
Damon's in it.
Matt
Tom
Damon
Holland's in it.
Is going to be Odysseus?
Yeah.
I thought Tom Holland was
I
going to
think
be
so.
Odysseus.
That's what I know. The rumor mill is spread, but then they released a picture of Matt Damon in the outfit, and I don't know if that like officially declared that he's Odysseus, but I have no idea. We'll see.
Okay, so
I
2 days
think
ago,
they just released a picture.
2 days ago, it was announced that Matt Damon will be playing Odysseus.
Oh, it was okay, yeah,
Yeah,
and that's it.
there it is.
And that's it. That's gonna be a big role. Dude, that could come down to being Matt Damon's biggest role of all time. I mean, he's the Jason Bourne, which is huge. But I don't know, man. There's something about being in a Nolan film, and especially one of this like caliber.
His biggest
A
role of all
fucking
time.
an absolute classic.
His biggest role of all time is a role that he didn't even actually play.
What?
Team America: World Police.
Yeah, and then my favorite movie I'm looking forward to this year. There's pretty much 3, and they're all going to be like summer blockbusters. And it's 28 Years Later.
Yo, yeah, you keep talking about that one.
Well, dude, you've never seen 28 Days Later, and
No,
I
I
swear
haven't.
I was
I
like
need to
trying to
get
look up
around
the
to it.
best. I was looking up like some of the greatest movies ever created, and I swear, dude, in so many different articles, even if you Google it right now, like greatest films of the 2000s or greatest films of all time, like 28 Days Later kept reoccurring. I'm like, I knew it was it was better than an average zombie film. It's the zombie film. It redefined the entire zombie genre, and it's just an all-around good movie. And then, yeah, pretty much Fantastic Four, Superman. That's about it for this year. And then I'm, see what A24 pulls out, or like,
I'm pretty stoked for
Neon.
Thunderbolts. I heard Captain America was okay, and that's fine with me.
I knew
Okay.
no, I heard it sucked. I heard it was another mediocre Marvel film.
Yeah,
The
that's
thing
what-
is, dude, a great
mediocre is
movie. A
okay.
great movie. I always say it. Yeah, a great movie is just like filled with just great dialogue. It doesn't matter if it's just a superhero film or not. It's like, is the dialogue good enough to be used in just anything?
But for
So
example, I feel I never know, and I haven't seen it yet, so I'll watch it and I'll think for myself. But there are certain Marvel movies, like there's a lot of Marvel movies that when they came out were not that good, but then once the rest of it developed, in retrospect, they ended up being a lot better. So, for example, Thor 2. When it first came out,
I'm still not a big fan of Thor 2.
okay, listen. Just let me make my point. Let me make my point. Because I agree that Thor 2 is not the best Marvel movie. It's probably not even like the top half of, probably not even the top 3/4 of Marvel movies, right? But the significance of it got way bigger once the Infinity Saga was complete, or some of the other ones down the line ended up happening.
Yeah, that's because a whole new cult obsession happened, which made those pop off a little more. But it still wasn't like a good movie.
No,
either.
I mean
That's
like its
a
implications.
huge
Its
part.
implications were like way bigger eventually.
The thing is, you just hear the dialogue, the cheesy dialogue. Sometimes you feel like a movie's rushed. And then there's a movie that just comes out and you feel like every piece is just perfectly puzzled into masterpieces. There's a lot of Marvel masterpieces, and then there's just like the things you feel like they gotta throw at you real fast. Don't care. We got to connect these two stories so we can focus more on the masterpiece again. You know what I mean? And it did just feel like throwaway films.
What's your favorite that's not like
Daniel speaking facts, dude. Nice, thank you. I feel validated for a change. I'm like, yes, you know what I'm talking about. Hell yeah.
What's your favorite that's not Infinity War or Endgame?
Oh, I mean, probably like Winter Soldier is a great one. The OG Iron Man was amazing.
Yeah.
Personally, I did love Spider-Man No Way Home.
Dude,
I thought that was incredible.
But I mean from
And
the
I thought Guardians
I
1.
mean from the Infinity
I
War
thought-
saga, sorry.
Yeah, I
Winter
thought Guardians
Soldier, hands
1,
down.
Guardians 1 and Guardians 3 were both incredible as well. Like, just like
Dude, true.
the jokes are
Yes.
still funny when you rewatch that. Like, it's still got funny
2 was
jokes,
good too.
good
2
plot,
makes me cry.
good. 2's good. I like 2, and yeah, I still like it a lot. But man, there is something about like the story of Rocket in the third one that's so emotional.
really
you know,
good,
it's such a
yeah.
well written story. And then there's something about the first one You know, like
It's just
all the
fun,
jokes
yeah.
just lands. Like it was like James Gunn's best. Like he really was on his fucking comedy bag for that one. And then
Have you
yeah,
seen
I mean,
the garden the Christmas special? They had like a little
yeah, I
short.
have.
That was good
Mhm.
too.
That was good too. I mean, yeah, all the
I
the
like
Guardians
that.
stuff. That's why I look forward to
was
James
funny.
Gunn's DC. I hope he does a good job with it. I hope he like creates different styles, because Marvel said they were going to start creating different genres of these movies, and then they just didn't. They didn't ever actually do that. They just keep kind of creating the same
Sleepy Joe says Civil War. That was actually going to be my choice. I think that's.
Oh yeah, Civil War is one of my favorites as well.
I think
just
that's
because of
probably
the way it
my
fucking
favorite of the Infinity
introduces
Saga is probably Civil War.
Spider-Man and Black Panther so
Not just
perfectly.
the introductions, but like I really loved how they did that dynamic between like the choice they had to make, like between.
Oh yeah, dude. The fact that I love Iron Man more, but I'm on Captain America's side the whole time, like it's crazy. I like, dude. I love Tony Stark.
Like I can't definitively say whose side that I'm on, because I think both of them.
I'm on Captain America's side, bro.
I know. I do not doubt that.
All the
way. I know your politics, and I think that tracks perfectly. But for me, I think, it's just a really complex decision. I think they both have really good points. And in the end, obviously, about Bucky, Captain America was right. But there's also part of me that's like, do we really just want to trust people to do the right thing without any control? And I think that's a really important question. If there's people who have all of this power, like, do we just trust that? Is that something we're always prepared to do? And I think that question is really important.
It is important, but I think also it was a little bit hypocritical that the one guy, Iron Man, that does whatever the hell he wants from the beginning and doesn't listen to anybody, even when they told him not to mess around with that. All of a sudden, I'm going to be the voice of reason.
Government to begin with.
Hang on. Hang on now. The reason why Iron Man switched was because of all the trauma that he went through from the shit that happened as a result of him being that way. So it totally makes sense, right? That's what Iron Man 3 was about, and that's what Avengers 2 was about. All of that shit came back, and it changed him, right? Through the course of the Infinity Saga, you watch as Tony and Steve sort of shift. They both shift into each other's positions, right? Tony goes from the guy who's like, I'm going to do what I need to do because I knows best, to, I need to do the right thing that people who know better than me say that I need to do. Whereas
the whole time
Captain
he was
started.
not.
Excuse me, I'm still talking. Captain started as somebody. Captain started as somebody who was like, I'm going to follow my orders and do what I'm told to do, to somebody who said, no, I need to go my own way and decide what I need to do. And I think those character arcs between the two of them are like two of the best stories of that entire saga, of how they grew and evolved, and each of them became the other one. And
hear me out.
And you remember when Steve said to Tony, like in Avengers 1, you're not the guy to lay your life down on the line, right, to save everybody else. And then that came full circle at the end of Endgame with Tony laying down his life for everybody else. I think was so perfect, in my opinion.
Yeah, dude. You know what I love? I love how like the whole movie I'm Captain America's side, but right at the end when Iron Man finds out that this dude killed his parents, you're like, well, dude, he was brainwashed. It wasn't his fault. But I'm like, but I get it, dude. Iron Man's got to kill that motherfucker.
Dude. Yeah, I was like, fuck
like,
it, dude.
It is what it is. He's got to kill him. I get it.
Yeah, it's like, that's it. Like, what are you going to do? What are you going to say, dude? Like, you can't
kill my
blame
parents
him for that. Yeah.
Nah, yeah, and you just hear he's brainwashed. You just go, yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Like, if he's brainwashed, he might be brainwashed again. He killed my parents. He got to die.
Yeah,
dude.
he
so, I mean,
said it too. He's like,
right at the end, I go, okay.
I don't care. He killed my mom. And I was like, yeah, what are you gonna do, man? You know?
There was no shift in Tony Stark. How was Vision
What do you mean
created?
there was no shift in Tony
There
Stark?
was no shift in
No, there's
Tony
definitely a
Stark.
shift in.
Up
There's
to the-
totally a
no,
shift
there
in
wasn't.
How
No,
was
there
Vision
wasn't.
created?
How did
Vision
Vision-
was
how was
Vision was
Vision
created.
created?
Vision was created before the shift. What do you
How
mean?
was Vision
the
created?
shift
You
started
can't tell
in
me that there
Civil
was a
War.
progression of a. Yeah, the shift happened. Well, okay, so now you're saying the shift happened instantly. There was no slight
What?
shift.
That's not
There
true.
was nothing there.
Everybody
How was
talks about
Vision
this.
created?
The
Because
creators
how
of,
was Vision
the
created?
guys who wrote all this shit talk about
was
this.
Vision
What do you
created?
mean?
Answer my question. How was Vision created?
Through
I
Tony
just said
Stark's,
Vision was created before the shift
Jarvis
started
program.
happening.
How was Vision?
and the
How
Infinity
was
Stone.
Vision created? Right.
An
Because they
Infinity
put
Stone.
it because they didn't listen to the rest of the people who said don't mess with it. He went behind everybody's back.
Okay,
And
then what
messed with
happened?
it.
And then what happened in Civil War? What happened in Civil War?
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? What am I talking about? What happened in Civil War? If there's no shift,
Civil
what happened
War,
in Civil War?
Which is right. The ship happened at Civil War when all of a sudden he
So
wants
there
to be
was a
the
shift.
hypocrite.
Thank you. I rest my case.
who kept messing with shit that he shouldn't have been messing with, and then all of a sudden, oh well, yeah, I want to be on this side. Like
That's
this
called a
to me
shift.
I
Yeah.
understand that, but you're saying it was progressive. It wasn't progressive. There was no progressive shift. He just went from I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to
That's
do
not-
to all of a sudden then saying, oh
Oh no
well,
no no no
That's
no
not
no
true.
because
Iron Man 3, he went through a lot
No.
of shit. And then in
Wait, was
Avengers
Iron Man
2,
3?
go through a lot of shit. But he was still
was
doing
Iron Man
whatever the fuck
3
he wanted
before or
to.
after Avengers 2? It was before.
It was before. It was right after Avengers 1 when he's dealing with the PTSD.
Right.
That
Yeah, that's right,
Iron
that's right,
Man
that's
3
But
is
he
the
was still
beginning
doing
of the
whatever he wanted.
transformation. If you're looking for the point that he started changing, yeah, that's Civil War. But he started really being more thoughtful about his choices and shit in Iron Man 3. Then when the reason
Yeah,
he
Iron
made
Man 3 was the
Vision-
major shift.
the reason he made Vision
No.
was because of what the vision that
Was
he
arrogant.
saw.
No, 'cause he's arrogant.
From Wanda in
He's
Avengers
an
2.
arrogant, right?
Yeah, he's still constantly arrogant.
He was so cocky that he thought he could do, he
never
he
stopped
had
being
answers
arrogant.
to everything.
All the way until he
Right.
snapped his fingers. Even him snapping his fingers and saying, I am Iron Man. Man, dude, he's a cocky bitch, dude. To the death.
But Iron Man 1
Like-
and Endgame, Iron Man 1 and
Yeah,
Endgame,
he was, but there's definitely a shift, of course.
Tony
I believe
Stark,
the shift as
Tony
well.
Stark would not have sacrificed himself for everybody in Iron Man 1. That's not who he was.
Yes. Well, yeah, he would have never went back in time. Then there's the Spider-Man films that show that he cares. Because remember, even the Spider-Man Homecoming, that whole thing's about Iron Man as well. Like fucking in the
Well, by
beginning, Iron Man
Spider-Man
saves
Homecoming,
Peter.
like, he
Hold up,
was
hold
already
up.
so
Let me finish.
Yeah.
And hold up.
Right,
In the
that
beginning, he
happened
saves
after-
him, but it's just with the suit. He's like, I'm actually at a wedding. And the next time he saves him, he's like, you're not even here. And then he steps out of the suit, and he's
Right.
like, what do you mean? Like,
So-
but there's like the idea that he's like taking on this son, taking on this
So
new figure.
by
At the end of the
Spider-Man
day, he's always been
Homecoming-
very selfish, and then he became super
Right.
caring of Peter.
Right.
And then that's kind of the whole shift as well. But
That's
that's
what I'm
also
talking
Civil
about.
War. It literally kind of starts. It literally
It's-
starts with Peter Parker and it ends with Peter Parker.
Yes.
And
this is
so
what I'm
that's
saying.
definitely like why I like this whole Marvel Cinematic Universe, dude, is because they put together two of the coolest people ever, Iron Man and Peter,
and again,
and
like,
Spider-Man, and made them like besties.
Like you talked, like the Coen brothers, for example, they talk about how Steve and Tony sort of changed places. Like again, another thing was like when Steve.
Oh yeah, that kind of makes sense. You're right, because Steve selfishly just goes up.
Did you? Is that just me, or did he cut out?
He cut out. He cut out a little
Did I
bit.
cut out?
Okay.
Or are you
That
talking
was
about
kinda
me?
Me too. Yeah. What'd you say?
Man, what was I going on a rant about?
We were talking about Steve. How Steve went off and lived his life for himself.
Right.
rather than
Yeah, exactly, dude.
That's what I'm
Rather
saying.
than like,
And what's the first
yeah,
thing
you're
he
right.
says?
They did kind of
What's
flip.
the first
Like,
thing he says?
even the first.
Yeah, he was
What
going
the
to give
first he
his
does, he
whole
jumps
life
on the
up for
grenade. That's the whole
everybody else. He
concept. That's the
jumps on
symbolism.
grenade, right? He crashes the plane into the ice.
And instead, Iron Man, who's the
forgoing
most
his love
selfish,
life.
snaps his
Yeah.
fingers, and Steve's the one who goes on to live his
Right.
best life.
And Steve says,
Perfect.
remember what he says to Sam when he goes to talk to him? He says, you know, I went to go get some of that life that Tony was telling me to get. And that was like way back when he told him that, right? That was like Avengers
Nice.
1 when he told him that.
Sweet. I love it. I love, dude, that's what I'm saying is what they fucking wrote for the Avengers films was masterpieces. And then there's like some other movies that fucking did phenomenal jobs as well. And then there's a lot of just filler junk movies. And I swear everything post Endgame, majority's been filler, and they've been
I
kind of
don't
a
know
mess.
about majority. I think I could name a lot of things that were pretty
Majority.
good.
I
Shang-Chi
could name
was
like
pretty
3.
good.
Shang-Chi for sure was good.
Yeah. No
That's
Way
because it
Home,
was just more
obviously.
independent. It was just more independent. It was more focused on like how do we create this, and that's kind of what all the other Marvel films that were real good used to feel like. That's why Guardians was such a massive success.
Eternals could have been way better if it was a TV show instead of a movie.
A lot of people say that, and I agree.
yeah,
I agree with that.
I
would say Guardians 3, Shang-Chi,
Guardians
and
3 is
Spider-Man
so
3.
good.
Those
No
are the
Way
only good
Home,
ones.
Loki.
Or the series.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Loki's
mean,
super
you know,
good.
Loki ended
Oh
really
my
great,
God.
and it started really great, but there was a lot of middle I wasn't really fucking with. But then
Really?
it really was. It was like, to me, like from the start of it, I was like, oh, I'm super in
Yeah.
it, and then it fell off, and then by the end of it, I was like, oh, that was amazing, that was cool, I liked it.
Let
But
me see,
then
what else
both
is there?
season endings, I thought both season 1 and 2
Yeah.
endings were great.
Yeah,
But
with
Loki was not good.
He Who Remains and
Hey.
oh my god, the fucking the God of Stories ending was, oh my god, that was amazing. And Deadpool and Wolverine, fucking awesome.
yeah, that was fun. The Deadpool world is just in a league of its own.
Well, now
It doesn't feel
now,
very MCU.
I'm pretty
now,
sure
they like bought it. You know what I mean?
I'm pretty
Different.
sure the Void is gonna be where Battle World is for Secret Wars. I'm almost positive that's where it's gonna be. So that'll be real exciting. Secret Wars is gonna pop off, and Doomsday is gonna pop off. There's almost no question in my mind. Mika, get off the cable. Good girl.
Yeah, I do feel good about Doomsday, but I will say if Doomsday ends up being bad, then that's a wrap. The Secret Wars won't be good, and it's just a wrap. All of it's gonna suck from there on out.
Doomsday's got it. Has to be good. Oh, whoa, Victoria. Hell yeah. That's fucking cool. Yeah, I think I have a lot of
What's
ideas
cool?
about Doomsday, but look in the general chat. For the general chat for the live stream. That's fucking cool. But yeah, I think that we're gonna finally start setting up for the next Avengers movie in Fantastic Four. We're gonna get Galactus. The trailer looked dope. I'm excited. Wait a minute. Do you mean how long was Tony's mom's dead? Get over it? Are you kidding me?
What you reading, dude? I don't even know what you're reading.
Chat. Kick
I am. Oh, I gotta go on this run, but I'm just gonna throw you. I was just gonna say bye, but I'm gonna throw you on my phone Discord. We'll see how that goes real quick. But I gotta go get off for a second.
All right,
There you
brother.
go.
Well, I'm gonna be wrapping up the stream here in a second anyway. But
All right, fine then. All right, peace, brother. Love you, dude. All right, love
love you too,
everybody.
buddy.
Have a good night.
all right, take care,
Bye.
everyone. So yeah, I mean, I guess we're past the end of stream time. We got caught up in our Marvel discussion, but that was a fun one. Enjoyed that immensely. And
Yeah. Deadpool. Yeah.
what'd you say?
Deadpool. Yeah.
That's funny.
Deadpool what?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She talking
Well,
shit.
Bad
You,
take
specifically.
on Marvel
I don't
from
care.
Candy. I'm so surprised.
Say that again.
I said bad take on Marvel from Candy. I'm so surprised.
No.
We disagree on so many things when it comes to sci-fi fantasy. So
Yeah, because you see,
I'm
you
not
see stuff that's
surprised
not there.
What do you mean? So I see.
Tony,
So the
up
thing
to-
that I see,
up to
the
the
thing that I
movie.
My
see.
favorite
Hold on.
is the Boo Saga.
My point
I
is
was
that
fucking beheaded you right there, boy.
my point
Anyways,
is
your
that
sci-fi
up
taste
to
is
the
great.
movie Civil War, Tony was doing whatever he fucking wanted.
Yeah,
It
he was
wasn't
a
until
prick.
Civil
I agree.
War, yeah, that he kind of. Then that's when the change started to happen. That's when you started seeing him reflecting on what's happened to him so far,
Wait, when did you
and the
say?
people that are dying, and then
When did you say?
Because it was after. Go ahead.
Wait, when did you say that it started?
After, when Civil War happened.
You know what? I don't want to.
You know what, Jordan? Like I said, I'll show you some things.
Oh
So
my
chill.
goodness.
All right, enough of the Tony Stark. You know what? His father was better. Get fucked.
Was
All right, end this discussion.
Was he?
Yeah.
I don't know much
That's all
about the dad.
Howard
All
Stark
right,
was
moving
awesome,
on.
but
Because we could
I
have
loved
you
him.
could set up a debate, an actual debate for this, you know, and then I could
But
put
I'm
that
just
on
talking about
myself and whoever
keep in
wants to take
mind-
me on.
Keep in mind, I'm just talking about the MCU. I'm not talking about the comic.
Oh, I know. That's fine. We can keep it strictly MCU. That's fine. Any way you want to go. But in the meantime,
Victoria,
what's going
what,
on?
Was
We
Stark
done
back?
with Tony Stark's?
I think I'm going to be ending the stream now because it's end of stream time. But
Cool.
this was fun.
Very nice.
We got into
It
big
wasn't-
MCU stuff. I will pick this up another day because
Hey, real quick. How does this sound? Does the car mic sound good?
sounds awful.
Oh, does
What?
it? Does it sound
Yeah,
awful?
it sounds terrible.
Wait, hold on. It's not as terrible. Hey, hold on a second. Say, Daniel, Albidazen, how are you?
Gracias. De nada.
Okay, more. I can. It's the volume's a little low. That's it. I
Okay.
got my volume on max.
No.
How
Hold on, Jordan. Would you not interject? Hold on a second. I'm
Does it
just
sound
trying to. Yeah, it cuts in and out a little bit.
you know what it
The
is?
volume's a little bit off,
No.
but you're good. You're good. Just I would say, yeah, just stay on the line. Like we can hear you, but
That's why I
if we
avoided it.
interject and it's like, hey, you're roboting, then it just means
Roboting.
like, yeah, that's what I said, and like you're roboting. So
Yeah,
you know the
that's
voices
not
are coming
good.
through. You got it. You got it. You got it. You're good.
You getting off, Jordan? Why you getting off?
Because it's 10 o'clock. I've been on for 4 hours. I'm wrapping it up.
Yeah, what do you do
Right.
after 10 o'clock?
Just a live stream. There's tea and crumpets if you want.
Yeah, after stream party.
Okay.
We don't have all night.
Yeah. I can definitely tell he's in a car. I don't even you're telling him it doesn't sound good. I mean, it sounds good. It doesn't sound good.
That's a subjective, right?
No, like
sometimes
that's
I
that's
can't hear
low
shit either.
quality. I mean, like I can
You're now
understand
breaking
him.
up. Now you're roboting. I'm not even kidding. Now you're starting a robot. So
Well, I can understand him.
I could too. It
It's low
wasn't the
quality
best
audio.
quality. No.
Yeah, that's all
But
I'm
it was
saying.
more like, can
That's all.
we understand what he's saying?
Oh, we
Yeah,
can
no, I got
totally
you.
understand him. Yeah, it's just low quality audio.
Yeah. It was trash, but that's not his fault.
I'm speaking English.
I speak
Exactly. You
English.
should speak English. For fuck's
Speak
sake. I
English.
mean,
¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
¿Dónde está taco? Jesus.
All right. Thank you, people, for watching. You're all lovely. Sleepy Joe, Folk Punk Fangirl, if you're still there, I love you both. You're amazing. Magic Marmot, if you're still there, thanks for coming. Everybody, I will be back on Friday, same time. And everyone, have a lovely rest of your day.
Stay awesome.
Bye.